there. So welcome again, delegates, to day 2 of this conference. We had a very stimulating, invigorating, enriching day 1, which we went beyond our scheduled time by more than half an hour, but that's okay. So we are ready to start day 2. And as is our tradition, we begin with Vedic chanting. And today, it will be done by Mudita Pandey and Satya Set, both together from one video source. So Mudita and Satya, if you could please switch on your videos. And over to you.
अथ संगठनसूक्तम् ॐ संगच्छध्वं संवदध्वं संभो मनांसि जानताम् देवा भागं यथा पूर्वे सञ्जानाना उपासते अथ घनपाठः संगच्छध्वं गच्छध्वं संगच्छध्वं 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 गच्छध्वं संगच्छध्वं गच्छध्वं संवदध्वं वदध्वं संगच्छध्वं गच्छध्वं संवदध्वं संवदध्वं वदध्वं संवदध्वं 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 वदध्वं संवदध्वं वदध्वं संवो वसंवदध्वं वदध्वं संवाह संवो वसं संवो मनांसि वसं संवो मनांसि वो मनांसि वो मनांसि जानतां मनांसि वो मनांसि जानतां मनांसि जानतां मनांसि जानतामिति जानताम् देवा भागं भागं देवा भागं यथा भागं देवा भागं यथा भागं यथा पूर्वे यथा भागं यथा पूर्वे यथा पूर्वे यथा पूर्वे संजानाना पूर्वे यथा पूर्वे संजानाना पूर्वे संजानाना पूर्वे संजानाना उपासते संजानाना पूर्वे संजानाना उपासते संजानाना उपासते संजानाना उपासते उपासत इत्युप आसते इति घनपाठः.
Thank you, Mudita and Satya, for this wonderful chanting. And as you heard, the operative word here is sangha, together. So we are in this endeavor together. And with that, I would like to now invite Professor Jeffrey Long, a very good friend of the center and a very strong supporter of the center. In fact, Jeffrey and his wife Mohua, they first came to our center more than 20 years ago.
Yes.
And it's been a very rich friendship with them for such a long time. And Jeffrey is an academic, and I have with me in my office is this book, Hinduism in America, which is a very good reference for us who sometimes have to speak about certain aspects of Hinduism, and we want, and it's a very good source from where we get our facts. But I think the best thing about Jeffrey is not that he's a very renowned academic, which he is, but he has Shraddha in this tradition, which is a very rare combination. I mean, we do have a lot of scholars who have written a lot without really having this Shraddha, which I don't want to translate it. It's kind of one of the untranslatables. And today, Jeffrey will speak kind of, the central theme would be this hard problem of consciousness. Yesterday, Jeffrey, we had some discussion about this, but it was tangential. Today, you will be, and all of us, we have heard of David Chalmers and his hypothesis and all that. So, Jeffrey, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for that wonderful greeting. Namaskar, everyone, and glad to be speaking again for the Vedanta conference. Good evening to everyone in India. Good morning to everyone here in the US. And let me go ahead and get started. If I could share my screen, I have a little bit of some visuals prepared.
Sure, Jeffrey, you have screen sharing right now.
Okay, very good. So there is, hopefully everyone is seeing my show.
Yes, we can see it fine.
Very good, very good. So I have this visual, and I've called this talk "No Problem: Vedantic Approach to the Hard Problem of Consciousness." And I'm using this expression "no problem," which I've heard a lot when I've been in India. In fact, it's a frequent expression, and you have some issue and you're asking someone about it and they say no problem, and it's very reassuring, and it is this very sort of beautiful confidence that people have. No problem, we can fix this, right? So I'm looking at as Sukalyan has said, the hard problem of consciousness. And if you've all been talking about this, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this in any case. So I'll spend a little bit of time on the background of the problem, but I'm assuming most of you have some familiarity with the material. And then I want to speak about a Vedantic approach to this question. It's a kind of an intervention, you could say, into this philosophical conversation. So my thesis is that, contrary to physicalist thought, that would be the contemporary equivalent of the Lokayata or Charvaka darshana of traditional Indian philosophy, Advaita Vedanta does not deny the hard problem of consciousness, but it does present a compelling, non-reductive solution to the problem. And that's what I want to present today. So what's the hard problem of consciousness? Here we have Professor David Chalmers, looking very much the rock star in this photograph. He coined this term, hard problem of consciousness, and it refers to the idea that the reality of conscious experience is different from other phenomena that are in principle capable of a conventional, scientific, reductive, typically a mechanistic explanation. So I want to pick apart some of these terms. Scientific, this is a term people throw around a lot. Sometimes we're not very precise in how we use it, but it typically refers to an approach that is reductive. That is, you try to explain a complex phenomenon by referring to simpler phenomena that are at the basis of that. Right? So we come upon some complex phenomenon like rain, for example. We have this experience of water falling on us from the sky. Well, why does that occur? And so we get into a deeper explanation of the various states that water takes at different temperatures under various conditions. We learn about evaporation, condensation, and these more basic, more fundamental ideas will take us eventually to the larger phenomenon of rain that we experience. And of course, science has broken complex phenomena down into more and more and more basic elements. And so, of course, for many centuries, the concept of atoms was there. From Democritus in ancient Greece. And of course, in India, there's a similar concept, the Paramanu, that which, than which nothing smaller exists. Of course, now we know that what were often referred to as atoms for many centuries actually have even more fundamental elements. So we now talk about subatomic particles, and we're getting even more deeply, to what is more fundamental even to those in contemporary physics. So the idea is that it's reductive, and it's also typically what we would call a mechanistic explanation. That is, we're not talking about agency. We're not talking about human beings or God or someone. making things happen. We're talking about things that can be explained because they just sort of naturally follow based on purely physical processes, right? So this tends to be the scientific approach to phenomena. And what Chalmers is basically saying is that when we come to consciousness, that doesn't work. And so the distinction he's making is between the hard problem of consciousness and what we might call easy problems of consciousness. Now, easy only means relatively easy. It can still take hundreds of years to really get to the heart of some of these problems. But easy problems means problems that are ultimately solvable through this kind of reductive approach that I just described. So the easy problems of consciousness include questions like how specific behaviors are caused by brain activity, right? We now know that if you attach an electrode to a part of my brain, if you stimulate part of my brain with electricity, you can make my arm go up like that, and you can make it go back down, right? We know how that works, right? There's a mechanistic process. How injuries to specific parts of the brain lead to predictable changes in physical function. For example, we know that if a certain part of your brain is damaged, you're going to have problems with language after that. And we know these mechanical connections. And of course, it's taken a long time, a lot of effort to discern those, but they all fall within the realm of what can be discovered through the reductive method. So they're easy because they can, in principle, be solved through further research of that kind. And Chalmers is basically saying consciousness is not like that. Consciousness is a different order of phenomenon than these others, right? The hard problem of consciousness, namely how to explain consciousness as such, is of a different character from these other problems, according to proponents of the idea that there is a hard problem of consciousness. Commitment to a specific view about why there is consciousness at all is a philosophical choice, logically prior to any scientific investigation. And my, the sort of the Purva Paksha here, right? The alternate view, the physicalist view, is that no, if we just keep on digging, we'll figure this out someday. Whereas what Chalmers is saying, and I'm in agreement with him here, is that we come to our investigations with some presuppositions that are themselves not the product of such investigation, nor are they really amenable to proof, at least non-circular proof, through such investigation. And that ideas about consciousness, why there's consciousness at all, as opposed to why consciousness takes particular forms, those are the easy problems. Why there's consciousness at all is one of these more profoundly philosophical issues than simply an issue of explaining a phenomenon. So the idea that consciousness is purely an effect of physical causes is a philosophical assumption that's used to interpret scientific findings. It is not itself the result of any scientific research. There's no way you can prove it. It's simply assumed by many to be the case. The idea of the hard problem of consciousness is that no scientific research could ever resolve this question because it's a philosophical problem and not simply an empirical question. So we come to the other side. This is Daniel Dennett, one among many prominent physicalist thinkers. I've just kind of pulled him up as an example. Dennett and others deny that there is really a hard problem. This is just a particularly difficult, easy problem, they would say. They claim that with sufficient scientific, that is, again, reductive mechanistic research, the question of why there is consciousness at all will be solved, right? And just to clarify, when we talk about the question of why there's consciousness at all, we're talking about the fact that those of us who experience, those of us who are conscious beings, we have the experience of what it's like to experience, right? And why we have that is not something that has yet really been figured out. Why we behave and react in certain ways, that's been pretty well covered by the research. And there are mechanistic ways you can account for that. But we haven't yet accounted for why. What evolutionary purpose might it serve, not only for us to engage in certain behaviors, for example, for our survival, but the fact that we have feelings about that, that we think about it, that we're aware of it, that we have an experience of it. Why ought that to be the case? This has not yet been resolved. So the idea that it will be inevitably is based on the philosophical assumption of the truth of physicalism, right? Physicalism or materialism, which essentially is the idea that everything, without exception, can ultimately be reduced to purely physical, that is, non-conscious, mechanical causes. And this is a philosophical assumption. It's a belief that people bring to this conversation. It's essentially an article of faith. Everything can be explained reductively and mechanistically, so this question will be as well someday, right? This is the idea. And in support of this, proponents of the idea that there is no hard problem of consciousness will say, look, there have been all kinds of difficult problems that we've solved in the past. How to get people to the moon, for example, right? How to get a vehicle into orbit. And that was very difficult. It was inconceivable at one time, but we eventually figured it out. So we'll figure this out too, right? That is the faith that is there. The counter argument is not what Chalmers is saying about the hard problem of consciousness. It's not that we're incapable somehow technically of resolving problems. We can probably solve just about any problem we can come up with of a certain kind, right? But it's saying this is a different kind of problem, right? That this is not the kind of problem you turn to science to solve, right? It has a more philosophical nature. At present, the claim that consciousness is, as the Lokayatas of ancient India claimed, an effect of the coming together of purely physical, non-conscious elements, has yet to be scientifically proven, right? You see it asserted again and again, but how it actually happens has yet to be really described in a way that is compelling. So it's an assumption. How it occurs has not yet been shown. Proponents of the idea of the hard problem of consciousness argue that, as a philosophical question, it cannot be shown on a reductive basis because it's just not that kind of problem, right? It's like saying, of two songs that I hear, which one is more beautiful? Well, more beautiful by what standard? Right? I'm applying some standard. I'm talking about what moves me in a particular way, and that may be different from another person, right? Or my criteria might be, something that may be different from that of someone from maybe another cultural background or another environment. So it's not a question which, if we address it mechanistically or reductively, is going to really have an answer, right? There's going to be some set of criteria given, and it'll meet those or it won't, right? We're engaging in a philosophical exercise, in a logical exercise, not observing and deducing from observation in that way. Empirical investigation, the scientific method, necessarily works from certain axiomatic assumptions that are themselves unprovable by the scientific method. Unprovable, again, I mean in a non-circular fashion, right? Where you can actually move from a premise to a conclusion that's not already presupposed in the premise. The most famous of these assumptions are that the universe is A, orderly, and B, knowable. If we didn't assume these to be the case, science couldn't happen. Knowledge couldn't happen, really. If the universe was entirely chaotic and not orderly, then doing an experiment would be a useless way to gain knowledge because there'd be no way of knowing if the next time you did the experiment, a completely different thing might happen. But that's not the case. If you set up certain conditions, then certain things will follow from those conditions. And if you do it a lot, you'll find a pattern and you'll see, okay, this is how this works. And of course, the idea that through that we gain knowledge about how things work, right? We get the deeper principles, the generalities, and those more fundamental foundations on which more complex phenomena are based. But these two are assumed, right? They're axiomatic assumptions. We couldn't have knowledge without them. Are they ever proven? Some people might say yes. They said, well, look at all the stuff we know. Well, how do we know it? Well, we know it from doing more observations and more experiments. How do you know the whole thing's not a dream? How do you know the whole thing is not in some way some kind of projection of our mind? Well, we don't, right? Because there's no way internally to that system to really critique it. So you need ideas that come. So it's not a weakness of science at all. It's a necessary thing that there are certain axiomatic assumptions that we make and that we operate with. While many scientists, such as Dennett, also assume the truth of physicalism, that is the idea that everything can be reduced to non-conscious matter, this is not necessary to the scientific method. It's not one of those axiomatic assumptions. You can do science perfectly well and not believe that. And there are non-physicalist scientists. Alternative accounts of reality are as compatible with the findings of contemporary science as physicalism, and some are arguably more compatible with contemporary science than physicalism. There are, when we start getting into the realm of quantum theory, we're talking about things that really push physicalism to its limits, or arguably break it. That we're not talking about a purely mechanistic reality there, at least on some interpretations. So what are some of the responses to the hard problem of consciousness? So I have this diagram that I found online, created by Dustin DeWine. It's very useful for looking at how this problem tends to be addressed by most thinkers. So the conversation around the hard problem of consciousness tends to work in terms of two concepts. So you have the concept of mind, so that which has conscious experiences, the thing that has that experience of knowing how it feels to see a color or hear a sound or have a certain set of phenomena occur. It's the mind that is experiencing phenomena. Matter is that which does not have conscious experiences, right? So we're talking about mind, we're talking about matter. Physical things have no consciousness, and these things that we call minds that have consciousness, right? The debate comes down to the relationship between these two, the relationship between mind and matter. The various positions in the debate can generally be grouped as shown in the diagram that you can see here on the slide, right? So there are two main positions. One is dualism. You have mind and matter being fundamentally distinct, and the diagram calls this Cartesian duality. It was famously articulated in the West by René Descartes. There are versions of dualism in Indian philosophy as well that are much, much older. If you think of the Sankhya and Yoga systems, if you think of the Jain tradition, you have and various forms of Vedanta, the more dualistic forms of Vedanta will also speak in these terms, right? So you have the jiva, the soul, which is characterized by possessing consciousness, and then you have matter, right? Purusha and Prakriti in the Sankhya terms. So these are distinct, right? They are separate. We know there's stuff that does not at least appear to be having any conscious experience. Teacups and cars and rocks and so on appear to not have any conscious experience. Then we have living beings like ourselves, animals, and so on, that at least behave like they have consciousness. We know that we have consciousness because we are conscious. We feel it, we experience it, we know what it's like for something to happen. And then you have monism. Dualism is it has quite a few proponents, but it's also rejected by quite a few people as well, because there is this impulse to find a sort of unitary basis for knowledge and a unitary basis for phenomena. And when you stop at two things, there's a sense of dissatisfaction about that. A very famous conversation between Swami Vivekananda and Nikola Tesla about this, that Swami Vivekananda was dissatisfied that Western science at that point had not yet come up with a sort of unified account of energy and matter. And similarly with the concept of mind and matter, right? People want to find one thing that unites all of this. Until then, there's a sense that the explanation is somehow incomplete. So that impulse issues in monism, the idea that there's one something that underlies both mind and matter. So what are these three varieties of monism? Well, as the diagram says, physicalism, which we've already been discussing. It says, really, there's no such thing as mind independent of matter. This means, for example, if the brain ceases to function when death comes, no more mind, right? You just, that's the end of you. That's the end of your subjectivity, your consciousness. That's it. It's all over, right? So that is physicalism, that finally it can all be reduced down to brain states, and those can be reduced to molecules, which can be reduced to atoms, and so on. We're just, physical matter is really all there is. Then you have the reverse of that, idealism, that matter actually comes from mind, that mind is more primary. And this has resonances with also some systems of Indian philosophy. Physicalism, of course, that's more the Lokayata Charvaka perspective. Some type of idealism, we can see kinship there with the Yogacara tradition of Buddhism. It's tempting to see this as the point of view of Advaita Vedanta, but I'm going to suggest that that's actually not a correct reading of Advaita Vedanta. Idealism is basically the idea that there are minds, and those minds are imagining themselves as inhabiting a physical world. Right? And this view is really well articulated by the philosopher George Berkeley, very famously in the Western tradition. And we see it in a popular culture, the Matrix films, for example. Now, in the Matrix films, there is still a sort of a physical reality where human brains are connected to a giant computer. But if you look at what they're experiencing when they're in that computer, they're experiencing a world that is purely mental, right? It's mentally generated, but it creates the impression of physical reality. The strongest argument for idealism is the analogy of dreams. When we're dreaming, we have some very compelling experiences of a physical nature, right? We have physical sensations. We can feel as if we're walking, or we're flying, or we're having conversations with people. We're seeing those people, we're hearing those people. And while we're in the dream state, that is as real to us as our waking state. Now, we look back at dreams and they seem to be very, very temporary nature as compared with the relative stability of this experience. But in the waking state is also intermittent in certain ways. And so idealism has some arguments in its favor. It's basically saying the physical world is generated by mind. There is a third idea, which scholars are calling neutral monism. Neutral meaning it's not taking a side as to whether matter or mind, one or the other, is primary. It's saying both actually come from some third thing that is in some way transcendent of both of them. And in some way, it incorporates and assimilates the characteristics of both and generates the characteristics of both, but it is not reducible to either. There's a third substance, as it's sometimes described. Physicalism, as I just said, is the view that mind is derived from matter. Idealism, the view that matter is derivative from mind. Neutral monism, the idea that mind and matter are both derivative from a third substance, which gives rise to both, right? So that's our landscape, right, in this conversation thus far. Each of these perspectives has advantages and disadvantages. Dualism differentiates matter and mind, right, which is an important thing. There is a very strong sense among proponents of the hard problem of consciousness that mind is something distinct from matter, right? That it is not simply explainable by recourse to matter, right? It's something different. There is a difference between being a rock and being a human being, or being a dog or a cat or an elephant, right? Having experience, not having experience. The struggle with dualism, the problem with dualism is that how exactly these two come to be related is a very difficult problem to solve. If you're a dualist, you're left with that problem. And of course, there are explanations given, but many philosophers don't find these particularly satisfying. In terms of Indian forms of dualism, if, looking at Sankhya, looking at the Sankhya and the yoga traditions, it's really attributed to a kind of cognitive dissonance on the part of consciousness, that the Purusha has mistaken itself for the material. So mind and matter appear to be related, but they're really not. In Jainism, you have this idea of karma theory, where Karma is a type of matter, but it has this very special property of being able to adhere to the mind, adhere to the soul, and trap it in the cycle of rebirth. And so there are analogies given for it. But again, people will sometimes say, well, analogy is not really an argument. How do you actually bridge the gap between these two? Physicalism, right, moving to the monistic side, avoids that particular problem, but then it's left explaining how mind comes from matter. And physicalists like Dennis tell us, well, just give us time and we'll do it someday. But it hasn't happened yet, right? And I think there are good philosophical reasons for expecting it not to happen. Idealism claims that matter is simply how mind experiences, right? And again, there's a certain elegance to idealism. I've been drawn to this view at various times because um, it's not then such a mystery of how can there be this relationship of mind and matter, because, well, mind is basically generating matter. It's dreaming matter into reality, you could say. One of the difficulties with idealism, though, is that it arguably devalues the physical world, right? The physical experience. And so a criticism sometimes given is idealist worldviews are not attentive to issues like problems with the physical environment, for example. If you look at climate change, if you look at most recently this horrific set of fires in Hawaii, right? One of the last places in the world anyone expected a fire, right? It's surrounded by water, but terrible fires in Maui because of climate change. The temperatures in India getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Each summer becomes more and more difficult to bear. And if our response to that is, well, it's all a dream, that's not particularly helpful, right? So, well, then we need to wake up from the dream, one could argue. But there's a desire for a philosophical response that has a more holistic ability to really grasp these kinds of problems. So idealism has its limits. Neutral monism, I would argue, is probably the most promising position. It allows us to give a certain value to both mind and matter, and it also allows us to explain how they're related. Well, they both kind of come out of this same space, right? So the question, though, if you're a neutral monist that you're left at is saying, well, what is the third substance? What is this thing that is neither mind nor matter, but kind of both? How do we really explain that? And this is where I now want to move to my main thesis to bring in Advaita Vedanta. According to Advaita Vedanta, the third substance, right, that's not the Advaitic term, but the term from our conversation, the third substance, is chitta, right? It is consciousness itself. Consciousness is not something that is in need of explanation, according to Advaita Vedanta. It is itself fundamental. It is our starting point. And it is that from which mind and matter emerge, or more adequately to the Advaita tradition, appear to emerge. Both mind and matter are, according to Vedanta, types of matter. Now, this doesn't mean that Advaita Vedanta is physicalism, right? That at first glance, that sounds kind of physicalist, right? Mind and matter are both types of matter. And Daniel Dennett says, yay, but that's not quite what Advaita Vedanta is saying. Non-conscious matter is gross matter, sthula, right? It's non-conscious, and matter which experiences, mind, manas. This is called a subtle matter, sukshma, right? It's a subtle type of matter. It's a kind of, this is a very modern way to put it, but I tend to think of these gross and subtle matters as analogous to the different states of gross matter, right? So we have solid, which you could say is sort of vibrating at a relatively low level. Then you have this sort of higher frequency of liquid, even higher frequency of gases, even higher frequency of plasma, right? Fire would be the traditional element, Agni, right? You have that, and then one could say there is this further element, which is mind stuff, right? Manas, as it's called in the Sanskrit tradition. Both of these are superimposed upon the most primal reality, which is infinite being, consciousness, and bliss, Satchit Ananda, and that is Brahman, right? That is the ultimately all that exists according to Advaita Vedanta. It is pure being, infinite, unlimited, pure consciousness, infinite and unlimited, and pure bliss, infinite and unlimited. The hard problem of consciousness is no problem for Advaita Vedanta, but for different reasons than the physicalists give for rejecting the hard problem. It doesn't deny the problem. Yes, clearly the question of consciousness is of a different order from other kinds of questions that we address in a scientific, mechanistic, reductionistic manner. So Advaita is not saying there's no hard problem. It doesn't deny the problem as physicalism does, but it dissolves the problem because it asserts that consciousness as such is not something that needs an explanation, as it's not derivative from any other substance. It is the primal fundamental substance. It is the primal fundamental reality. What we call mind, what we call matter, are, to use a term from the Yoga Sutra, chitta vritti, right? They're modifications of consciousness. And again, to be true to the Advaita tradition, we would say these are apparent modifications because the actual nature of consciousness itself is unchanging according to Advaita Vedanta. That's why it's fundamental, right? Because there is nothing else that is of that unchanging nature, just this pure fact of awareness. So when we look at it from the perspective of the material world, you have what seems to be non-conscious matter. You have what seems to be mind, which is conscious. But what these really are ultimately are manifestations or projections from out of the primordial consciousness that's really foundational to everything. In terms of the hard problem, what Advaita Vedanta does is it builds consciousness in at the foundational level of one's worldview, so that rather than beginning with matter and then saying, well, why is there this conscious experience? That seems really strange. Nothing else seems to have that, right? What I'm suggesting is that it is physicalism itself that creates the problem, right? Because it then makes us ask, well, if everything's ultimately of a physical nature, why do we have this experience which seems to be so different from that of physical matter, which is non-experiencing, has no interior? We do have an interior, right? We do have feelings, we do have consciousness. Why, right? If you start with consciousness, that's not then the question. In fact, the question then becomes, well, why is consciousness experiencing what it's experiencing? Why is it experiencing a material world? Why is it experiencing itself as a mind embedded and involved in matter? And here I think Advaita Vedanta gives us, I think, some clues, some pointers in terms of avidya, right? We are not fully aware of our nature as pure consciousness. It still sometimes, I think, leaves us with the why question. Well, why are we involved in all this? And I'm using this word involved quite deliberately. Swami Vivekananda actually coins the term involution as a kind of mirror image or other side of the coin to evolution, right? The conventional Western approach is more physicalist. So it posits mind and consciousness as something emerging or evolving from out of matter. But Swami Vivekananda says you could just as well posit that you could start with consciousness and then see it as becoming involved with, right? Not evolving from, but involving into matter. Swamiji unfortunately left us before he could write or say much more about this. He kind of left some very suggestive ideas behind. I think if we look at Sri Aurobindo and his integral yoga approach, he's really, I think, kind of running with this idea of an evolution and an involution. And of course, from an Advaita perspective, this is all talking from within the framework of Maya, from within the framework of causation and time and time, space, and causality, which is not ultimately the real nature of things according to Advaita. But Advaita gives us that idea of this foundation of consciousness, that consciousness permeates everything. So we should not be at all surprised by the existence of consciousness. It's not a problem to be solved. It's a starting point from which we can begin our inquiry. So this approach avoids the problems of the other approaches, and it also incorporates some of their salient insights, right? I mean, if you look at Shankara, for example, there are things for which a materialistic explanation is perfectly fine. Shankara very famously says that a pramana, a foundation of knowledge, has to teach us something distinctive, right? It can't be reducible to another pramana. So these ideas about consciousness he derives from the Shabda Pramana, from the words of the Vedas. And so, and when he's defending the idea of Shabda Pramana, he says, if you're looking to the Vedas for an explanation of why the sun rises and sets, for example, well, you're looking in the wrong place, because we have other pramanas to handle that, right? We can use our perception and use our ability to make logical inferences to arrive at that. So that's all fine, right? Anything that Dennett and others want to say about how the brain works and how different brain states correlate with different types of experience, fine. But when it comes to the deeper problem, then Vedanta has its own answer, right, that it's proposing. It's also arguably more compatible with contemporary science. As I kind of hinted earlier, you don't have to be a physicalist to be a good scientist. And there are some places sort of at the edges of science, the cutting edge of science, where physicalism, at least in a conventional sense, seems to be in need of serious rethinking. While physicalism seems, at least in most of its forms, to operate with a Newtonian understanding of matter, right? It's non-conscious stuff, right? Bits of stuff floating around. The non-dualistic view of Advaita Vedanta is compatible with findings like the, of course, very famous now double slit experiment, which, depending on how you interpret it, I know there are different views about it, but it arguably points toward a reality where consciousness is fundamental and not derivative. Because if our expectations about the behavior of subatomic particles can actually affect what happens to the subatomic particles, consciousness is somewhere embedded there in that conversation. It's not merely an add-on, right? The conscious being is not simply a kind of outside of observer looking at a purely physical universe. That consciousness is interwoven into everything. And that's what Advaita Vedanta is telling us. So that's the end of my formal presentation. I don't know if there's maybe any time for questions, but I'll hand it back over to Sukalyanji to direct that.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And I mean, we typically do not have question answers, but based on experience, there are so many people who are interested. So we might just have time for maybe a couple of questions. So Ritu, go ahead, unmute yourself, please, and ask your question.
Oh, can I ask a simple question?
Let us have Ritu's question first, and then we'll come to you, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ritu.
Yes, Professor. Thank you for your wonderful lecture. I just want to ask the question on the last part where you mentioned that subatomic particles do have a sense of consciousness embedded in them. There is nothing from outside watching us, an idea like that. So, want to ask you, we have discovered Higgs boson, and which is more of a relating with tamas gun of that's which Sankhya talks about, and not exactly the God particle or the consciousness a part of it. So can you just tell me that which particular part of subatomic system and theory we can track consciousness?
Okay, so here's where I confess that I'm not a physicist, and just have to say that I'm speaking in a very general sort of layperson's way as a philosopher who's observed that there have been these really serious conversations that have come out of the whole quantum discourse, questioning whether physicalism is really an adequate way of thinking about consciousness, because there have been experiments where the nature of the experiment and even the expectations of the experimenter have seemed to have a bearing on the outcome, which is very different from our conventional sort of Newtonian way of thinking about the world, where, well, as a friend of mine once put it, he asks his students, what's the tallest mountain in the world? And they'll say, well, Mount Everest. And then he says, what was the tallest mountain in the world before humans discovered Mount Everest? And then they think about it, and then finally someone says Mount Everest. They say, exactly. So you have a world of objects, and then you have us kind of watching it. And what we find is that at the subatomic level, that's not really true anymore. And that's really what I'm pointing towards. I think that's very philosophically suggestive. In terms of the actual physics of it, which particles we're talking about, so I would have to defer to other people who know far more about that. Before I give these talks, I always check with our resident physicist, Dr. Mark Stuckey, who's very knowledgeable about these things. And he basically tells me if I'm going wrong or not. And so far, he says I'm within the realm of what at least some physicists would accept. So that's as far as I'll go with that.
Thank you, Jeff. Dr. Sinha, quick question, please. You have to unmute yourself.
So first of all, I would like to congratulate Professor Jeffrey Long. So putting a very unique and new perspective to understand consciousness. My question is relating to the problem of idealism, which you have mentioned. So if I go with your explanation, idealism comes to a mentalism, ideaism. The stress is on mentalism. Whereas if we go by Advaita Vedanta, the Advaita Vedanta certainly understands consciousness in ideal sense. And the idealism, how you understand, how you explain the problem of idealism, if I say that your explanation lapses into mentalism?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think there is a very close affinity, I think, between the Advaitic view and idealism, right? Because when if the idealist were to say, the physical world is a projection of consciousness, the Advaitin would agree with that, right? But if the idealist is saying the world is a projection of mind, which is the way it tends to be formulated more often, the Advaitin would say, well, mind is also a projection, right? Mind also is not the enduring and unchanging fundamental reality of the world, because mind also goes through change, it goes through transformation, it goes through various states. So it can't be the fundamental explanation. So when we understand that mind is a sort of intermediary concept, and rather than simply conflating mind and consciousness, then you can see the difference between conventional idealism, at least, and Advaita Vedanta. But that's the difference, that mind and consciousness are differentiated by Advaita Vedanta. But that there's a slippage between them in this Western conversation.
Thank you, Jeff. Let's have, we have time for maybe just two more questions. Dr. Sahu, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, thank you for wonderful lecture, but I have a couple of questions, but very brief, because, sir, I would like to, why do all the time we call heart problem of consciousness? That is my first question. And the second is that, can we resolve the heart problem of consciousness through Advaita Vedanta theory of consciousness? That is the second question. But if we accept the way the within the Western philosophical structure, they have analyzed the role of mind. Okay, and when it comes to Advaita Vedanta, mind has in fact no knowledge. If there is no consciousness,
Right.
okay, and then there is no mental state, and Vritti Chaitanya will not come.
Right.
And how do you respond to that? Because then the whole theory of empiricism, the model which they are bringing, that sense experience, and in case of Advaitin model, the sense organs have very limited role to play when it comes to knowledge. So then how do we respond to the problem of consciousness, whether it is be Indian or it is a Western?
So I'll take the third question first. So how to respond to that? They're really contrary approaches, right? We have and this is how Sri Aurobindo puts it as well, that in the West there's a tendency to start with the physical world and then to try to build from that to consciousness. In the Advaita tradition, you have the opposite. You start with consciousness, and then from that you explain the world. I think ultimately what we would have to see is which of these two is capable of explaining the most in terms of phenomena without simply raising more questions and more problems. I think that that is a longer term project, but my bias at the moment is that Advaita Vedanta has actually a more comprehensive understanding of this. It's capable of encompassing and incorporating the physicalist views, whereas I don't see the opposite happening so much. And so your second question, I think, was, so can Advaita Vedanta address the hard problem of consciousness? I think it does. I think it dissolves the question in a sense by saying, well, let's not try to explain consciousness. Let's start with consciousness. And then I think the first question you asked was, remind me.
Why is it called the heart problem?
Well,
Why
is
is
it
it
a hard
called
problem?
the heart
Oh,
problem?
Because compared to other problems are relatively easy. That is, if you do enough experimentation and scanning people's brains and so forth, you eventually know how the brain works and how it's involved with particular states and behaviors. And it's an empirical question. And a hard problem is just another way of saying it's not an empirical question. So you can do all the empirical research you like, and you'll never answer it. That's you have to do a philosophical investigation then to address that problem.
Thank you,
Thank
Jeff.
you,
And
sir.
Dr. Shukla, we have time for a very quick question.
Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey. It was very enriching and learning experience. You used a very clever statement, and I was impressed by that when you said that Shankaracharya dissolves the problem. And it goes very well with the philosophers when it is said by the analytical philosophers that philosophy never resolves the problem, rather it dissolves it. But my point is whether the problem of consciousness is actually dissolved by neutral monism or not. Because later on, all the analogies of, let's say, the dreamless sleep or the magician talk about a lot of analogies which appears as if there is still something left in the problem which has not been dissolved. So what would be your take on this particular point? Thank you.
Well, if I've understood your question correctly, I would say from an Advaitic point of view, the problem is our own ignorance and the fact that we're still operating within the physicalist paradigm, right? And this is beautifully described in the Upanishads. There's this account where Indra and I think it's called Virochan, one of the asuras.
Virochan, Indra and
Yes.
Virochan.
Thank you very much. You know the one I'm talking about. So they're given a series of teachings, and the asura is satisfied with the very first teaching. They say, "What is the self?" And the teacher says, "Go look in the water, look at your reflection, and you'll see the self." And the asura looks in the water and sees, well, there I am, and is satisfied with that answer, right? So that's physicalism. And I think all of us are enmeshed in that to varying degrees. Even our language reflects that. If I'm shaving and I cut my face, I say, I cut myself. Well, is this myself? Right? Our language would suggest that, right? So we're so embedded in this that all of these analogies and all of these scriptures and all of these teachings are there to as tools for awakening. And I think when awakening occurs, you are out of that realm altogether. The great sages like Ramakrishna, for example, they say books won't by themselves get you there, right? All of this learning, everything that all of us here today are doing, is at best an aid to real knowledge, but it's actually not real knowledge, right? This is we're still on the avidya side of the equation. So I would say that's why there is this nagging sense that there's still something unresolved, because as long as we're in that mode of thinking, we have not yet resolved the problem.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Again, my namaste and good wishes for continued academic output that will be helpful to all of us. And with that, we are ready to move to the next session, session 4, which will be chaired by Professor Nataraju. And Professor Nataraju, we had said it would start at 6:30 p.m. IST, but if you would like to have if the audience would like to have a 5-minute break, it's entirely up to you. I yield the floor to you.
Namaste, Sukalyanji, and I believe we can start. We can keep going. Just now we just joined. We are fresh and we're okay. We're now.
Wonderful, wonderful.
We can
So
start.
please, yeah.
Oh, well, thank you.
So you have the list of speakers, right?
I have. So welcome once again to the 4th session of this 26th Vedanta Congress, and this session has 10 presentations. So to starting, if we start at 6:30 and 10:30, 11 o'clock, we have got 4.5 hours, 5 hours. So each presenter probably would get around 25 minutes. So if you can.
Yes, Adi, the thought was maybe 20 minutes of uninterrupted lecture and then 4 or 5 minutes of Q&A.
Yes, that's how it works out. And so it's up to you. If you are more interested in taking 2-3 questions, then you end early. And if you take your complete quota of time, there we end it. So we will start with the first presentation. There are several different papers are there. A paper on Buddhist Aryadeva's philosophy, a paper on Moksha in Advaita, another paper on Vallabha's Pushtimarga, and then you have Spotavada, etc., from different philosophical schools, traditions of India. We are starting with the first paper, Debashri Kaushik. You're there, Dr. Debashri? It's
Yes,
on, it's on Vallabhacharya's Pushtimarga. Please, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Is my slide visible, sir?
No, you are trying to share something? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is it
okay.
visible?
No.
We don't see your slides. You have to share
Okay,
your
sir.
screen.
I will try.
You have to.
Okay.
You have screen sharing rights, so you just have to now bring in that screen which has your PowerPoint or whatever. Yeah, now we can see it, yes. So
Okay.
now we see, but it's not in slideshow mode.
Sir, now?
We are still seeing the other slides as the outline of the other slides as well. So if you could say slideshow from the beginning.
Okay, sir. I will try again. Is it okay, sir?
This is fine. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So respected chairperson of today's session and respected all the dignitaries of this Congress and respected all the paper presenters. I am Debashri Kaushik. The topic of my presentation is locating the concept of Pushtimarga in the philosophy of Vallabhacharya. So before going into the detail of my presentation, I would like to highlight some important points regarding my presentation. As you have seen my title page, from that title page, you can guess that this study intends to visit the concept of Pushtimarga in reference to the philosophy of Vallabhacharya. Second point, though all of us know who Vallabhacharya was or what Suddhadvaita philosophy is, still this study would like to add an introduction on Vallabhacharya and also the philosophy of Vallabhacharya, that is what Suddhadvaita philosophy is. Third point, I have personally realized that the study on Pusti Marga is incomplete without the knowledge of philosophy of Vallabhacharya, and that is why this paper has included the study of concept of Pusti Marga in the philosophy of Vallabhacharya. Finally, the study has ended with its conclusion, where it opens the issue to its readers for dealing with the question of morality in the context of Vallabhacharya's concept of Pusti Marga. But why this study has opened this issue to its reader, this point will become clear at the end of this presentation. And finally, I have to confess that here I have not added any critical assessment because this is a conceptual and descriptive study on Pusti Marga. So let us start. Who Vallabhacharya was? Vallabhacharya, the eminent non-dualist thinker, originally was a South Indian Telugu Brahmin who came to the north of India and expanded the view of Vishnu Swami. So the name Vishnu Swami, we know that Vishnu Swami was the founder of Rudra Sampradaya, and from that angle, we can say that Vallabhacharya was also a member of Rudra Sampradaya. Vallabhacharya belonged to the field of Vedanta. Vallabhacharya has accepted the three prasthanas, Upanishad, Gita, and Brahma Sutra. Besides these three prasthanas, he has added a new one, and that was Bhagavata Purana. And Bhagavata Purana has occupied the supreme position in the philosophy of Vallabhacharya. So what Shuddhadvaita philosophy is, as you have seen in my present diagram, I have I have divided this term Shuddhadvaita into two terms. Shuddha, which means pure, and Advaita, which means non-dualism. So Shuddhadvaita is a philosophy which propagates non-dualism, and actually it is a philosophy which talks about one reality. That is, it believes only one reality, and that one reality is Brahman. But Vallabha has accepted that that is the individual souls and the world, are also created by Brahman. But the peculiarity is that the individual souls and the world are as real as Brahman. Now we'll discuss the concept of reality as figured out in the philosophy of Vallabhacharya. As outlined earlier, Vallabhacharya believes that there is only one reality, which is introduced as Brahman, which has received the independent status in the philosophy of Vallabhacharya. The ultimate nature of Brahman nullifies all distinction pervaded in the world. That means Brahman has denied all the distinction and differences which is available in this world. Brahman comprises all good qualities along with apparently contradictory qualities. He is one and many. Existence, that is sought, knowledge, that is seek, and bliss, that is ananda, these three qualities constitute the essence of Brahman. The Suddhadvaita philosophy of Vallabha has figured out the ultimate reality, that is Brahman, as the
creator, agent, and enjoyer. That means according to Vallabhacharya, Brahman can play the role of the creator and also of agent and also of the enjoyer. According to this philosophy, Brahman can become anything, whatever he wishes. But how it is possible? It is possible through the evolution, that is Abhirbhava, and the involution, that is Tirubhava of his qualities. Qualities means all those three qualities which constitute its essence. In other words, Brahman, assorted by the power of Maya or Avidya, reveals himself as many. But the point is that what he has revealed, that is, his creation, is not an illusion, according to Vallabhacharya. This is the peculiarity of Vallabha's philosophy. According to Vallabhacharya, Brahman may assume different forms for the pleasure of its devotee. In order to clarify this statement, I have taken the help of the line from the book Indian Philosophy, Volume 2, where it is mentioned in this way. Though he has no need to assume a body, that means though Brahman has no need to assume a body, he appears in various forms to please his devotee. So, what are those different forms of Brahman? The first one is Garupa, second one is Brahman, and third one is Krishna. So Yajnarupa is that form of Brahman which can be approached by means of action. Brahman is that form which can be approached with the help of knowledge, and Krishna is that form which can be realized by worshipping it, by means of worshipping. There are three aspects of Brahman as mentioned by Vallabhacharya. The first one is Purushottama, second one is Akshara, and third one is Antaryami. Here I have to mention that in the aspect of Purushottama or in Antaryami, all those three qualities, that is Sat, Chit, and Ananda, all those three qualities exist in a proportionate manner. And Purushottama is actually it is identified with Krishna, and Antarami is the inner controller. But Akshara is something different. This aspect of Brahman, from this aspect of Brahman, the world and the individual souls are created. Actually, in this aspect, the quality, the bliss quality conceals, and due to the concealment of bliss, the world and the individual souls are created. I have elaborated all these lines. That is why I have proceeded to the next slide. That is Pusti Marga, the unique way for attaining the ultimate reality. So this is the main part actually of my presentation. We know that different scriptures have given us different methods for the realization of ultimate reality. And we have got three major paths or three major ways for the realization of absolute. That is the path of action and the karma marga. Path of action or karma marga, the path of knowledge or jnana marga, and the path of devotion. Now the query is in this regard what Vallabha has told. Vallabhacharya has preferred the path of bhakti or devotion, and the path of bhakti preferred by Vallabha becomes popular as Pusti Marga. So what is Pusti Marga? As you have seen in my present slide, Pusti Margo is a combination of two words, Pusti and Margo. Pusti literally means a nourishment, but you can simplify it in the sense of God's phrase, and Margo is the way or the path. So, Pusti Margo is the Margo which motivates one to dedicate one's life towards the devotion to God through the ceaseless love. So, let me read out another one quotation in order to clarify my stated statement. It is love for God qualified by two adjectives, supreme and uninterrupted or ceaseless love. It is the love which is above all other loves and does not tolerate a break even for a second. That means Vallabhacharya has talked about that sort of love which you have to show to your God without taking any risks. That means you have to love God uninterrupted. So that is why it is called as ceaseless love. The lines just referred signified that the sort of devotion Vallabhacharya has talked about is such that which has emerged from the pure love. But the condition is that such sort of devotional love is possible only if God graces. And that is the reason why Vallabhacharya has termed his path of devotion as Pusti Margo. That means it is the path of divine grace. I will discuss this concept of divine grace once again a little bit later. So in my present slide, I have concentrated on two major parts of Vallabhacharya, parts or elements. Actually, there are different elements. Still, here I have confined only these two, divine service and self-surrender. So let us see what divine service is. The follower of Pusti Margo has to take part in Brahma Sambandha ceremony. It is actually a sort of declaration where the devotee has to surrender to God by recognizing him as his master, ruler, and protector. That means this is the actually you have to, if you follow the path of Pusti Margo, then you have to surrender to God by acknowledging him as your master, ruler, and protector. Secondly, divine service. Divine service, actually, you have to offer, according to Vallabhacharya, you have to offer your service to God. But the interesting point is that you have to offer your service to God not for yourself, but for God's pleasure. So this is the point which makes it different from the act of worship. Now I will discuss divine grace, which I have already mentioned in my previous slide. It is also an inevitable part of Vallabhacharya's concept of Pusti Marga. Vallabha has viewed that every devotional soul is aimed at the realization of God. But Vallabhacharya has maintained that the realization of God or Brahman is not possible by the self-effort of devotee. Actually, Vallabha has denied the self-effort of devotee, and he has asserted, he has clearly mentioned that without the grace of God, nobody can have the realization of God. That means we can have the realization of God only with the help of God's grace. So let me read out another quotation. Vallabhacharya no doubt recognizes devotion as a means of God's realization, but says that without God's grace, it is not possible. According to him, God's grace is all in all, and service of God is the preliminary step in the direction of God's grace. The former lines have indicated that all the people who have taken the vow for stepping into the path of Pusti Marga will not receive the grace of God. That means all of us can take the vow for stepping into the path of Pusti Marga, but there is no guarantee that all of us can have the realization of God, because we are fully dependent on the will of God in this regard. So, in this respect, I have found the link between the classification of Jiva made by Vallabhacharya and the concept of Pusti Marga. Actually, who are going to receive the grace of God, this will become clear after observing the classification of Jiva as made by Vallabhacharya. So let us see. According to Vallabhacharya, there are three kinds of Jiva. The first one is Suddha or pure soul. Second one is Sankshari or transmigratory soul. And third one is Mukta or liberated souls. Gita has divided this transmigratory soul, that is Sankshari soul, into two types. Doivi Jiva or divine soul, and Ashuri Jiva, that is demonic soul. Vallabha has categorized this Doivi Jiva of Gita into two kinds. One is Maryada Jiva and another is Pusti Jiva. And all those Pusti Jiva can be classified again into two heads, that is Shuddha Pusti Jiva and Mishra Pusti Jiva. So according to Vallabhacharya, this Shuddha Pusti Jiva, these Shuddha Pusti Jivas have occupied the supreme position, and these Shuddha Pusti Jivas are actually they are going to receive the grace of God. That means actually they are qualified for receiving the grace of God, and these Shuddha Pusti Jivas have occupied the supreme position in the philosophy of Vallabhacharya. Now I will show you the three stages of the growth of devotion. Vallabhacharya has identified three stages of growth of devotion. The first, in the first phase, people just turn to God. That means, in the first stage of growth of devotion, people just turn their look to God. That means people get attracted to God. And in the second stage, devotees' containment is confined only to God instead of this material world. Actually, this is the stage of attachment. People get attached to God, and the intense longing for being united with God is identified as the third phase of the growth of devotion, and this is the highest stage. This is the supreme stage where devotee will receive the grace of God, and at this third phase, as articulated by Vallabhacharya, people will get the chance to see the reflection of God. So finally, I have arrived at a conclusion. Vallabha's concept of Pushti Marga has added a new dimension to the entire field of philosophy, and I have personally felt that Vallabha seems to consider primarily the lay people at the time of delivering his or at the time of framing his concept of Pushti Marga. But at the same time, uh, I would like to highlight that Pushti Marga is not confined only to a particular class of people. Rather, it opens to all the people, irrespective of any class. Second point, overstressing on God's will has minimized the freedom of devotee in Pushti Marga of Vallabhacharya. So less freedom of devotee in the path of spirituality implies that devotee cannot apply his own reason if any moral issue arises. And that is why this study actually tries to open this issue to its respected readers, that how to deal with the question of morality in the context of Vallabha's concept of Pushti Marga. So with this, Mas, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devashri.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for a lucid presentation, and from Anubhashya of Vallabhacharya, and has made a great contribution as a commentary on the Brahma Sutras. Vallabha's questioning of Maya theory, illusory nature of the world of Acharya Shankara is well known. And Vallabha's statements that mukti is not important, moksha is not important, but it is devotion to Lord Krishna which is much more important. Purushottama Krishna is also known. Acharya Ramanuja, because both Vallabha and Acharya Ramanuja hold on to the same thesis, bhakti and prapatti in Acharya Ramanuja's case, and bhakti in the case of Vallabhacharya as the path leading to, communion with Brahman. With Acharya Ramanuja, the souls still remain, as parts of Brahman after the release. It is Chidachid Vishishta Lakshana. Samanyadhikaranya or Visheshna Visheshya Bhava points that there is still a difference even after release in Acharya Ramanuja's case. But in Vallabha's case, actually, Vallabhacharya goes to the extent that there is literally no difference after the release. But
yes.
But interpreting, just one thought of yours, interpreting the morality issue, the will of Brahman, as far as I understand in Vallabha's philosophy, it is the will of Purushottama in creating the world. It's not in terms of an individual's moral progress. The will of Brahman is, he quotes Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, where it says that the one wanted to become many. Aham bahusyamiti. The one there, the will of Brahman gets explained. But as far as the moral progress of an individual aspirant is concerned, I don't think there is, the responsibility lies with the bhakta. I don't think there Brahman is intervening when it comes to the karma of a jiva. This was my understanding. So you raised a question in the end. Anything you want to say?
Hello. May I have some questions? Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead. Who is this speaking?
Myself, Professor Kanchan Saxena from India. First of all, first of all, I would like to congratulate Devashish ma'am for their
Thank you.
her nice presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first thing, in the beginning of your presentation, you have told that this is pure non-dualism. And you have further described that the Brahman is the ultimate reality, and the individuals and the world are also real, according to Vallabhacharya. So how could it can be pure non-dualism? My first question. Second thing, that how do you define between pure non-dualism and monism? And the last one is that when you talk, as the chairperson has already indicated about the God's will, that if it is so, that liberation or salvation can only be achieved or obtained only by the will of God, it depends on the will of God, then it shows that Vallabhacharya believes in the determinism. So from the moral point of view, it cannot be accepted, because if determinism is true, there is no question of freedom of the will. These are my observation and the questions regarding your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Regarding your first question, I would like to share some points. I would like to highlight some points. Vallabha has accepted that there is only one reality, and that reality is Brahman. And he has also accepted that the world and the individual souls are created by that Brahman are also real as Brahman. That means we are real as Brahman. Our identity is actually Brahman, and this is the difference between Ramanuja and Vallabhacharya. Sir has just referred this point, that Ramanuja has accepted, though he has accepted that Brahman is the ultimate reality. Ramanuja has accepted that Brahman is the ultimate reality, and Brahman is the whole, and the world, Shit and Asit, are the parts of it. But still, since although in the Ramanuja's philosophy, also he has accepted that Brahman is the ultimate reality. There is only one reality, but parts are also real. But still, he has maintained that there is a difference between these parts and whole. But Vallabha is something different. Vallabha has, though he has accepted the individual souls and the world are as the parts of Brahman, but ultimately he has concluded that these parts are also actually Brahman. Ultimately, and he has accepted that there is only one reality. And we are also, that is individual souls and the world are also actually, though we are created from that ultimate reality, we are actually Brahman. So there is ultimately one reality, and there is no distinction. Vallabha has asserted that there is no distinction between Brahman and the world and the individual souls. That means there is no distinction between parts and whole. This is the first question.
Yes. Just a minute, I have to interrupt you. That ontologically, as per your description, ontologically they are one. But
yes,
at which level? Because when being the bodily existence, having the bodily existence, then how they differentiate between in which category they have put, like the Shankaracharya has mentioned 3 levels of existence. So have Vallabhacharya has also accepted any sort of degrees of existence or variety of existence, or how they or they have thrown light in any portion, is that till this stage of like the Brahmatmaikya Jnana, they are not, or till the redemption is given to the man, they are separated with Brahman, and after that they are identical. So this sort of thing, do you find in the Bhashya of Vallabhacharya?
No, ma'am. Honestly speaking, I have not gone through any primary materials.
That's fine.
Whatever
Dr. Debashriji, that's okay. And by Shuddha, the Maya thesis was not acceptable to Vallabha, and it is a real transformation. The world is a real transformation of Brahman.
Yes.
So the countering the Maya thesis becomes a Shuddha for Vallabha. However, otherwise, they all agree on major points, whether Vallabha, Shankara, Ramanuja, they do agree on other point. That's fine taken. One sharp question from Dr. Arup Jyoti ji, one sharp comment, because we already ran out of time. Please.
Well, I mean, I have heard the presentation. I have just one simple query to be made, that in your presentation, initially you have said that it is Brahman, and then later on you have brought to the level of God, Narayan. That means whenever you are attributing qualities to the supreme reality, in a sense, it takes a human figure. So my question is, in what way Shankara's concept of Brahman and this Vallabhacharya's concept of Brahman or God, whatever you say, they are different? Or in what way you differentiate between the two? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sankaracharya has conceptualized this. He has given us the concept of Brahman, and he said that Maya, Brahman has created this universe with the help of Maya, and Vallabha has said
You are muted, Dr. Debashriji. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Yeah, that's
yes,
okay.
sir.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your question. Vallabha's concept of Brahman is something different from Shankara's concept of Brahman, because Sankaracharya has told us that ultimately this world will become unreal for us, and whatever we have perceived in this world, that is the creation, is due to Maya. But Vallabhacharya has told us that actually Maya is the power of God, and whatever is created from the Brahman is real for us. It's not illusion. So this is the best difference. Moreover, Sankaracharya has he has wholly accepted the path of knowledge in his philosophy, but Vallabhacharya has accepted the
No,
concept.
Dr. Devashriji, let's stop there. Acharya Shankara, apart from knowledge, there is acceptance of bhakti at certain level and acceptance of nishkama karma at other level. Leave it there. So, Dr. Arupji, I mean, complete identity of jivas with Brahman after the release is one major difficulty with both Vallabhas and Acharya Shankaras. And it is by Krishna, Parama Purusha, it's not a physical entity for him. It is the same, Parabrahma Swarupatva, but it is Savisheshatva. There is Savisheshatva rather than the Nirgunatva of Brahman in Acharya Shankara. Arupji, we'll leave it there. We'll pass on to, we'll move on to the next speaker. Dr. Patralekha ji, you are available? Dr. Patralekha Mitra, Professor, you're there? From
Yes,
South.
sir.
Oh, yeah, Patralekha ji, please, start with your presentation, Moksha and Advaita. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, please. Yes. Your video is not clear, is not seen, but have you switched on the video? Please. No, we can't see you.
Yes. Um, I have switched on my video. Yes.
Till no. No, we can't see. Anybody else? You're able to see her, or only I have the difficulty, or
No. We can't see her. Maybe
see
she
you.
has switched on some other.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So, and whether we can control it from here, this I don't know. Dr. Patrulekha ji, yes, video. No, video is on from here also. Please, ma'am, go ahead. Please start with your presentation. We are losing time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
sir. I am trying to on, but it is not showing in the screen. So let me introduce first. I am Patrulekha Mitra. I am an associate professor of philosophy in South Calcutta Girls College in Kolkata. I am very much honored to present my paper in this 26th Vedanta Congress. And thank you all, and special thanks to Professor Nataraju Adarshopolli, who sent me this information at first. My topic is the concept of moksha in Advaita Vedanta. All the systems of Indian philosophy, except the materialist Charvak, accept moksha or liberation as the highest end of human life, but they differ in their views on the nature and means of liberation. The term liberation is also variously expressed by different philosophical systems, such as Apavarga, Nirvana, Kaivalya, Nisriyasha, and Moksha. According to the Indian philosophers, to be free from suffering is the ultimate goal of human life. Excepting to the Charvaka, all the Indian philosophers have accepted that liberation is the ultimate end of human life. That is Parama Purushartha. The Sanskrit term Purushartha is a compound expression consisting of two components, Purusha and Artha. The component Purusha means individual man. Artha has various meanings like wealth, aim or purpose, motive or reason, things or object, etc. But in the philosophical context, Artha means end or object of desire. Purushartha has been analyzed as Purushasya Artha, that is, objects of desire of human individuals. So Purushartha literally means the end, which the Purusha desires. Purushartha is that instigation by which human being moves to act. Dharmaraja Ardharindra described Purushartha as prayojana, that is, necessity, in his Vedanta Paribhasha. And he mentioned that happiness and absence of sorrow is primary necessity, that is mukhya prayojan, and which is the cause of these two is secondary, gauna prayojan. But he had also mentioned that there is another kind of division of prayojan, and that is dharma, artha, kama, moksha. In this connection, Dharmaraja Ardharindra says in his Vedanta Paribhasha, Iha khalu dharmartha kama moksheshu chaturvidha purushartheshu moksha eva parama purushartha. So, that is dharma, that is virtue, artha, that is wealth, kama, physical desire, and moksha, that is liberation, are also purushartha. Since they also produce happiness and absence of suffering, and he describes moksha as the parama purushartha because of its eternity. But a question arises, why the other three purusharthas, that is dharma, artha, and kama, are regarded as non-eternal? In response to this question, Dharmaraja Ardharindra says that the non-eternality of Artha and Kama is proved by Pratyaksha Prama. The non-eternality of Dharma is also instructed by the Shruti Prama. Again, all the produced things must be destroyed, so they are non-eternal. Dharma is also produced by yajna, that is sacrifice, and must be destroyed. So dharma is non-eternal like artha and kama. But moksha is not non-eternal like dharma, artha and kama. Moksha is same as Brahman. Brahman is eternal, so moksha is also eternal. Paribhashakar gives the Shruti Pramana in support of this view. Na cha punaravartate. This is found in Chandogya Upanishad. Chandogya Upanishad in 15th chapter. Na cha punaravartate. Thus, Dharmaraja proves the superiority of moksha from the Advaita point of view. According to the Advaitins, liberation is the state of infinite bliss. It is a state of intuitive realization of identity of the individual self with Brahman. In the state of moksha, the jiva realized his own true nature, that is Satchidananda Sarupa or Brahma Sarupa. So moksha means realization of Brahma Sarupa. But it is not the case that in the state of moksha, one can free from something which to be given up, or one can free to gain something worth to be achieved. In this context, Shankaracharya says that Brahma is beyond acceptance and rejection, and the total eradication of all sorrows comes about a result of the realization of the self as Brahman, which is the ultimate human goal. And this ultimate goal is an accomplished fact according to the Advaitis. So moksha is not a new achievement. It is the state of self-realization or Brahma realization. Moksha is identical with Brahman. Therefore, Shruti says that Vimuktasya vimuchyate. I found this in Kathopanishad in 2nd chapter, 2-1, Karika. That is, one who has already liberated is liberated. In this context, Dharmaraja Ardharindra also says, Anandatmako Brahma Praptischa Moksha Dukkha Nivrittischa. That is, moksha means attainment of Brahman, which is bliss, and is also the cessation of suffering. From the above verse, Dharmaraja also clarifies that the state of moksha is a positive state and not negative. Because as Shruti says, he who knows that Brahman becomes Brahman itself. So, moksha is identical with Brahman, and the individual self who realized his own nature, which Brahman itself, has attained the culmination of bliss, because Brahman is Ananda Sarupa, and Brahman is the only absolute bliss. Nirotishaya Sukha. In this stage, there is no distinction between the knower and the bliss. Here, Dharmaraja mentioned the Shruti Praman, Taroti Shokam Atmovid. This is also in Chandogya Upanishad. This means the state of moksha is purely positive. There has no sorrow, no negativity. In this regard, Dharmaraja also mentioned that Lokantara Prapti, that is going to the world of happiness in the heaven, is not regarded as ultimate end, because this would lead to a return to the liberated. Shankaracharya defined the nature of moksha in his Brahma Sutra Bhashya as follows: Idang tu paramarthikam kutastha nityam bomobot sarvo vyapi sarvo vikriya rohitam nitto triptam nirabayabam স্বয়ং জ্যোতি স্বভাবং যত্র ধর্ম অধর্মৌ সহকার্যেন কালত্রয়ং চ ন উপ আবর্তেতে তদ এতৎ অশরীরত্বং মোক্ষাক্ষম. It means, this verse means, moksha is the highest end. It is eternal, but moksha is not changingly eternal or porinami nitya. It is unchangingly eternal. Changingly eternal means which goes on changing, but at the same time appears to be the same, like the gunas Satta, Raja, and Tama of Sankhya philosophy, which are constantly changing, though they are eternal in nature. On the other hand, Kutastha Nitya means which does not change in any way and continues to be of the same nature, like the Paro Brahma of Advaita Vedanta. So in Shankara's philosophy, moksha is as same as Brahman. It ultimately real and unchangingly eternal. Moksha is all pervading like ether, that is Akash or Boma, but beyond it, devoid of all transformations. It is the state of absolute satisfaction, self-luminous by nature. Moksha is that unembodiedness where the three periods of time does not exist and virtuous and vicious deeds cease along with their effects, that is Sukha and Dukkha. So moksha is not an effect of any action, and it being unrelated to virtue and vice. The opponent, that is Purvapaksha, may raise an objection that if liberation means attainment of bliss and cessation of sorrow, then it has a beginning and has to be produced. And if it is produced, then it is not regarded as the eternal state. Or if it is without beginning, then there cannot be any desire for liberation. So here the problem is, on the one hand, human being is eternally free, and on the other hand, he also seeks freedom from the bondage. How is it possible? In response to this objection, Dharmaraja Adhorindra says in his Vedanta Paribhasha that Lokeopi prapto prapti prirhito priharya prayojanatang drishtameva. In this verse, Dharmaraja intend to say that although liberation is regarded as identical with Brahman, but due to ignorance, the jiva does not realize its own nature. And for this reason, he inclined to attain liberation, which is already attained. Dharmaraja gives some instances for proving it. In our daily life, we are also intent to achieve something which is already achieved, like the gold nickels, which is already in one's hand, but he has been forgotten. And by the instruction of a trustworthy person saying that the gold is in your hand, makes him feel that achievement which is already achieved. Or when someone has mistaken a garland twining around one's leg for a snake, and by a trustworthy person he realized that it is not a snake, then he actually gets rid of the snake, which is not at all got rid of. Like these above instances, liberation is the attainment of bliss, which is already attained, and avoidance of sorrow, which is already avoided. So in Advaita philosophy, moksha is not a new attainment or apraptasya prapti. Rather, it is the realization of one's own nature, that is praptasya prapti. According to the Advaitins, knowledge of Nirguna Brahman, the principle of spiritual unity, is the preeminent means of moksha. Knowledge is considered to be the chief means of liberation because the intuitive knowledge of identity of the Jiva and Brahman, that is aparoksha brahmatmoika jnana, is its cause. The knowledge of difference is ignorance, which can be removed only by the right knowledge, that is tattva-jnana. Shastras only generates this right knowledge. the knowledge of Nirguna Brahman, which leads to eternal bliss, does not depend on the performance of any act, because action can be done, misdone, or left undone. But knowledge leaves no option to us for its being this or that, or for its existence or non-existence. It is not in our hands to make, unmake, or change the knowledge. So according to the Advaitins, liberation is not produced because it cannot be achieved by action. The knowledge of the identity of the self with Brahman is only acquired by immediate self-realization, that is aparaksha anubhuti. Both Mahorshi Badarayan and Shankaracharya state that only knowledge is the direct cause of liberation. Acharya Shankara also repeatedly asserts that the absolute can be realized through knowledge and knowledge alone. Karma or upasana are subsidiary. They may help us in urging to know the reality, and they may prepare us for that knowledge by purifying our mind, satta shuddhi, that is satta shuddhi. But ultimately, it is knowledge alone which, by destroying ignorance, the root cause of the world, can enable us to be one with the absolute. Knowledge and action are opposite, like light and darkness. They are contradictory and are poles apart. So it is impossible to combine knowledge with action. Though Shankaracharya admits the importance of nishkama karma for purification of mind, but kamya karma is opposite to knowledge, because this kind of action is non-eternal. Their fruits are non-eternal, and performance of duties leads to the attainment of heaven, which is also non-eternal. But Brahman is eternal, and it cannot be attained by performance of duty, which is non-eternal. So according to the Advaita Vedantins, Tattva Gyan or Aparaksha Brahmatmaiko Gyana only leads to the state of infinite bliss, that is moksha. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patralekha ji, from
Thank you,
the
sir.
South Calcutta Girls College. I visited once, and then it was a wonderful place to
Yes,
be.
sir.
But she
I
was.
am sorry that due to poor net connection, my camera is not working.
That's all right. That's all right. But the voice was clear, and we could clearly listen to you. Very lucid presentation, and this particularly has more reference to 8th chapter in the Dharmaraja Adhvarindra's Vedanta Paribhasha. It is chapter 8 on Prayojana. So she started with Dukkha Nivrittischa Ananda Praptischa definition of Dharmaraja Adhvarin on what it is, and then went on to say that it is already there. Moksha is not something to be attained. I mean, Ananda, the bliss aspect of it, is not to be attained. It is already there. As Dharmaraja Adhvarindra gives the example of golden bracelet which is forgotten, and somebody tells us that, look, it is already there. You have only forgotten. It is remembrance of what is already there. So it's not acquiring something new. Anavritti Shabdat is Vedanta Brahma Sutra, and Nacha Punaravartate is from the Chandogya. So do you have any comments to make on Gnana Karma Samuchayata and a critique in Shankara that Gnana and Karma cannot go together for moksha? Anything, any observations do you have, Dr. Patralekha ji?
Here I'm, so far as I found, and in this paper, I am concentrated on the portion is Jnana Jog. Shankara, here it says that the knowledge, the identity with Brahma is the means of the liberation, and karma is the subsidiary part. Karma is the subsidiary part which helps to purify our mind. but without proper knowledge or jnana, liberation is not attained properly. So karma is also referred here as a subsidiary part. Nishkama karma, obviously nishkama karma.
Yeah, Chitta Shuddhi leads to a desire
Yes.
for attainment of
Yes.
moksha, and the end of the day, it is Gnana Devatu Kaivalyam and the story. Yeah, anybody has any observation? One observation. We have got time, 1 minute for an observation, or we'll move on to the next. No, it's fine. It's fine with everybody. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Patale.
sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much. We will now move on to third presentation of the day. The third presenter will speak on Spotavada and its place in Vedanta philosophy. This is Roshan Singh. You, to my understanding, Dr. Roshan is at Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Vishwavidyalaya Wardha. You're at Wardha, Dr. Roshan? Yeah.
Sankaram Sankaracharyan Keshavam Vadarayanam Sutrabhasya Kritau Vande Bhagavanto Punah Punah. Respected chairperson of the session, respected professor and my friends, pranam to all of you. My topic is the relevance of Sphota in Advaita Vedanta. The Advaita Vedanta school of Hinduism is based on the idea of Sphota. Sphota alludes to the essential oneness of sound and meaning, which is thought to be the cornerstone of all language and communication. In this essay, I will examine Sphota's relevance in Advaita Vedanta philosophy, its origin, growth, and the different interpretation it has undergone through the ages. I will look at how Sphota theory is used to analyze Sanskrit literature, particularly the Upanishad and the Vedas, and how it helps to resolve passages that appear to be in conflict. We also look at how Sphota is used to describe the nature of consciousness and the connection between language, mind, and reality. Sphota theory is a key idea in Advaita Vedanta philosophy, and its relevance goes beyond the philosophy itself. The investigation and comprehension of the Sphota theory provide important insight into the nature of language, cognition, and consciousness, and its influence may be tracked throughout history in the evolution of linguistic and philosophical view in enormous cultures. This paper is divided in 5 portions, and now we will deal with them one by one. First section in introductory section, a philosophical branch of Hinduism known as the Advaita Vedanta places a strong emphasis on the non-dual character of reality. The word Advaita refers to something that is non-dual or not two, whereas the word Vedanta refers to the conclusion of the Vedas, the classical Hindu text. Indian philosopher established the school in the 8th century CE. Theologian Adi Shankaracharya was also active. The teaching of Shankara were an answer to the predominating philosophical and religious idea of his time, which were characterized by a multitude of gods and competing theories. According to Shankara, the seeming diversity of the world is an illusion since ultimate reality is non-dual. He held that realizing this unity and overcoming obstacles are the objectives of spiritual practice, and that the authentic self, Atman, is identical with the ultimate reality, Brahman. In particular, Shankara's teaching had a significant impact on the tradition of Advaita Vedanta. Many notable thinkers, including Gaudapada, Ramanuja, and Madhava, have come out of the school of over the years. More Buddhism and yoga were influenced by Virva's intellectual school in India. Advaita Vedanta has remained popular in the modern era, gaining a trend both in the India and beyond. Many spiritual luminaries, including Swami Vivekanand, Rama Maharshi, and Narsingh Dutt Maharaj, have popularized its teaching. Adolf Huxley, Alan Watts, and Houston Smith, among others, were affected by the school, as were other Western philosophers and theologians. In Advaita Vedanta, an Indian philosophical tradition that emphasizes the non-dual aspect of reality, the idea of sphota serves as a measured them. Sphota is the fundamental constant and all perceived feature of language that enables communication. I will use textual allusion from the Advaita Vedanta tradition to present a critical study of Advaita Vedanta idea of sphota in this response. The Vakyapadi by Bhartrhari is one of the most ancient and important books on the idea of sphota. Language, in the opinion of Bhartrhari, is a complex system that convey meaning throughout the interrelationship between its constraint piece rather than merely being a collection of word or sound. The listeners hears this holistic entirety known as a sphota as a unified whole by the use of a mental construct, which he defined as a such. The ultimate reality of the universe, according to Vedanta, Advaita Vedanta, is also a sphota, a type of sphota which expand on the idea of sphota. The word of thing and phenomena in this view is a manifestation of pure answers of Brahman. The ultimate sphota, just as a language is an expression of the underlining sphota that permits communication to occur. This concept is future developed by the Advaita Vedanta scholar Sankara in the commentary on the Brahma Sutras. He contended that the supreme sphota is beyond the scope of language and cannot be described or understood in terms of words. As a opposed opposed to that, he asserted that it can only be realized by personal experience, which he referred to as an intuitive perspective or self-realization. To put it another way, the ultimate sphota cannot be understood through logical inference or intellectual analysis. It can only be realized through spiritual practice. Sphota is influence on the advancement of Indian linguistic and philosophical thought has not gone under unnoticed, but it has also come under fire. One of the biggest objections to the idea is that it suggests a deeper connection between language and reality than is frequently seen in our day-to-day lives. For instance, it is possible that there are no universal or immutable aspect of language given the diversity of language and cultural setting found around the world. Some educators claim that the idea of a sphota is extremely metaphysical and does not offer a realistic foundation for comprehending language and communication. Next section is the significance of a sphota in Advaita Vedanta. Advaita Vedanta used the concept of a sphota to explain the nature of relationship between idea and language to reality. This philosophy holds that cognition and language are not in actuality, they are not only representation of reality but rather than integral component of it. It follows that cognition and language are not independent of the outside environment but are rather intertwined with it. In interpreting Sanskrit text, particularly the Upanishads and the Vedas, Phuta theory is also essential. According to Advaita Vedanta, these writings are the only legitimate source of knowledge, and the philosopher's interpretation of them is theoretical. The Sphota theory is used to explain the consistency of what at first glance appear to be in congruous claim in various writing and to demonstrate that they all point to the same ultimate truth. It also makes use of the Sphota theory of describe how awareness functions. Consciousness, according to Advaita Vedanta, is a basic feature of reality itself rather than something that is produced by the brain. It is used to describe how consciousness is tied to language and cognition and how realize it can be achieved via the practice of meditation and self-inquiry. The Sphota theory has also influenced the growth of Indian linguistic and language philosophy. Over the year, it has been the subject of extensive research and discussion among academics. It has also affected the advancement of linguistic theory in other cultures. Now, third section of the paper is the Sphota according to Bhartrihari. There is a wide range of theory given by Indian scholars in context of semantics and Sphotavad is an important one among them. It is Indian grammarian Parni who have developed the concept of Sphotavad about how word and sentence express their meaning, which is known as a meaning holism. Now the question arises: what Sphota is? If we talk etymologically, then the term Sphota is taken from the root sphoot, means bursting forth, or has a tendency to manifest itself, or is used to contain the process of manifesting ideas. Sphota is a linguistic entity that reveals the meaning through sound. Patanjali claimed that Sphota is most necessarily connected with meaning. It has a connection with phenomena also. According to Bhartrihari, Sphota is meaning. Bearing unit is not should, and it is a kind of entity that manifests the sound. The Sphota can be mental entirety, entity universally residing in the manifesting sound material base is also there, like the point as being the Sphota, article Indian theory of language. Bharatata, the follower of Parni, believed that Sphotian was the first proponent of the Sphota doctrine. Nagesh Bhatta, a follower of Bhartaris, described Sphota in two ways: that from which meaning burst forth, and thus is the meaning barrier, and the principle which is manifested throughout phenomena. Phonemes. Nagesh Bhatta, a disciple of Parni, wrote many treatises on a various subject. This book show that he changed his mind about his Sphota theory several times. Nagesh presented three types of Sphota in his book Sphotavad: phonemes, word, sentence, individual sentence, phoneme in universal, word universal, sentence universal. According to Nagesh, these are primary meaning various. Whereas while Nagesh has divided Sphota into 8 types, there is no clear answer. Nagesh changed his position in another book, Laghu Manjusha, and claim that the sentence Sphota is the most important. According to this notion, only sentence really exists. It seems the Nagesh has been converted in the influence of Bhartari's Vakyapadi, that sentence really exists and words and grammatical elements are no more than imagine. He is radical about grammatical scheme and affix. A question arises here: why the concept of Sphotavad as the language principle is proposed by Bhartaris? It seems that there was a counter question in front of Bhartaris: how does our language function in limited way along with the variation in the rules of syntax and vocabulary. For him, the rules of syntax and vocabulary can be varying, and they are formulated by grammarians for the purpose of articulating the expression of sense and meaning. But the power of word to express meaning in multiple contexts is ultimately rooted in the very dispositional linguistic ability to present within each conscious being. The question of vocabulary and syntax come only after things linguistic ability is manifested in the form of audible noise. So, the basic ground of linguistic expressibility in Sphota itself, according to Bhartrhari, the real linguistic potency is in our inner faculty of the intellect. He says all the definitions, including the definitions of the grammar and syntax, are due to its presentation in the form of audible noise. So the concept of Sphota is regarded to be non-differentiated, meaning holism or akhanda paksha. The importance of the concept of Sphota in explaining the puzzle about the limites ways of the linguistic understanding. He claimed that the word Sphota is the akhanda vakyartha Sphota. The cause of the word Sphota is Brahman. Bhartrhari's philosophy is known as a Sabdadvait philosophy or Sabda Brahman. For him, the basic nature of Brahman is a word, and this Sabda Brahman is the cause of this universe. He said that there are two aspects of a word, Sphota or Nimitta Karan, and sound or Pratyaksha. For Sphota is the amendment notion with its due from the Sabda and Artha. It must be emphasized that in the case of Bhartrhari's, the Sphota is an individual and challenges unit, but the communication process is represented by two aspects. One is the eternal aspect, and another is the external aspect of Sphota. First is an expensive word meaning which reside in all human beings, but the external aspect is perceived by our sense organs. Now, sound or dhvani is also of two types, Prakriti dhvani and Vyakrit dhvani. Vyakrit dhvani is the actual sound of the world attained which revel in the Prakriti dhvani, which is permanent, and that is the abstract from the Virvas Vyakriti Dhvani. It is considered the linguistically normal from devoid of personal variation, which are linguistic relevant. Now, if someone asks Bhartrhari, how does the speaker transfer the meaning to the listener? He will answer, meaning is not directly transferable. The ability to express in the form of language as well as the ability to discern meaning are two dimensions of the linguistic potency proceed by all conscious swings, and this potency is known as a sphota. The hearer and the speaker share the same sphota. When the speaker desires to say something, he grabs the unit of meaning first and express it in a sequential form of uniqueness. The hearer, on the other hand, grabs the sequence and audible words first, and this word evoke his linguistic potency, and through it he understands that what the speaker intend to say. Bhartrhari is claiming that the speech principle has three stages in the course of its manifestation. Pashyanti, Madhyama, Vaikhari. Pashyanti is supreme reality, that is Sabda Brahman, and identified with Pratibha, the principle of consciousness or the flash of insight. There is no real distinction between speech and thought at this stage. The next stage is called Madhyama or the intermediate. In the phonological structure, This is utterance or the sound pattern of the norms. It can be comprehended by intellect and it is psychological in nature. All the elements linguistically relevant to the sentence are present in or learned from at this stage. The last stage in the manifestation process is mimicry or the actual sound uttered by the speaker. At this stage, all the individual particularities of the speaker are present in the utterance along with the linguistically relevant parts. Every activity is based on the pratibha. Now, fourth section of the paper is Sphota according to Patanjali. An earlier Indian grammarian named Patanjali exists in the 2nd century BCE. He is well known for his Mahabhashya commentary on Sanskrit grammar. The Sphota theory, which was initially put forth by Bhartari, also benefited from Patanjali's contribution. The way Patanjali explained the Sphota hypothesis diverges slightly from how Bhartrhari does. The Sphota, according to Patanjali, is more than just the instantaneous explosion of meaning that occur in the mind upon hearing a word or a sentence. Instead, he defined the Sphota as an all-encompassing meaning unit that transcends the level of particular word or sound. In addition, Patanjali add the term Vikriti to the Sphota hypothesis, which describe the change that the Sphota undergoes as it is articulated orally. In other words, the Sphota changes during speech owing to a variety of circumstances, including stress, emotions, and pronunciations. The Sphota's fundamental meaning is still intact, northless. Despite these changes, the development of Sanskrit grammar and Indian philosophy have benefited from Patanjali's contribution to the Sphota theory. He also provided the groundwork for the later advancement in the Indian philosophy of language according to his work on the Sphota theory. Here is the last section of the paper, that is an interpretation of Sphota theory. The concept of Sphota theory is the idea that all linguistic and communication are built around the unity of sound and meaning. The name Sphota is derived from the Sanskrit verb sphut, which meaning to burst open or to reveal. When a word is spoken or heard, its meaning suddenly becomes clear or sphota. In Indian linguistic, different school of thoughts exist about the nature and significance of this sphota theory, which has undergone enormous interpretation throughout the years. If a sphota is an actual thing or just a concept, it is one of the major point of contention. Will some philosophers contend that the sphota is only an idea? Other contend that it is a genuine thing that exists outside from language and mind. Another topic of discussion is the connection between sphota and the specific letter and sound that make up language. Will some philosopher contend that a sphota is fundamental unit that gives meaning to the individual sounds and letter. Other contend that the individual sounds and letter are more fundamental and that sphota is merely a mental model that adds in our comprehension of their meaning. In conclusion, we can say that in Advaita Vedanta, a fundamental principle known as a sphota proposed that language and reality are fundamentally unite. The Indian linguistic and intellectual tradition have benefited from its, although it has also drawn criticism. Generally speaking, a critical investigation of the idea necessitates a consideration of its experiment experimental, linguistic and philosophical element, as well as its consequence for how communication and reality are understood in real world context. Thank you.
You have completed, Dr. Roshan? Yeah.
Yes, sir, completed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I just missed a point. I mean, it's a good topic for discussion, and you know, the whole history of it. Dr. Roshan was trying to bring in several thinkers into the whole discussion. The point, you know, if I can simply put it, is that you know, nityaha shabdartha sambandha. That's a Mimamsa Sutra. So the point is, each letter has a significance. You know, it has some meaning, natural, as far as Prabhakara and Kumarla schools are concerned. And as we pronounce each letter, as we go on to the next letter, the first letter is you know, already ended. As we go on to the third letter, the first two letters have ended. The basic question is, when a whole word is heard by us, how is it that we are able to make a sense out of it? So the theory is that it's apart from the combination of letters, the word has something, a special manifestation form. A word has a specially manifested form, which they started calling as a spota. Is there any such manifested form for a word which is, you know, over and above the letters that we actually pronounce? Is the basic question. You know, it's very difficult to say yes or no to it. And but Vedantins and Advaitins did not have a great recourse to it in the later Advaita tradition. So he was, as we know, you know, there is a natural connection between letters and the objects meant by them, the sounds and the objects meant by them. It's not convention for Prabhakara, except the proper names, because proper names come after the thing has come into existence. So proper names are a convention, but otherwise all other, the pots and the jars and the akasha, you know, the shabda contains the reference, contains a meaning to it. It's a general theories. He was also mentioning para, pashanti, madhyama and vaikari models of the shabda. Anybody has any question or an observation on this? Dr.
Yes.
Aru, who said this?
Yes.
Hello.
This is actually just a general. Yeah, this is just a general query. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Arup. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is actually the general query. I mean, I just want to know this. This is more like a curiosity, but I don't know whether I'm making any sense or in this connection or not, because the way Spota theory has been put, it is just like language has been used to communicate the ultimate reality. But in the speaker has talked about Advaita Vedanta. So in that connection, so whenever we are talking about pure consciousness or Brahman, so in that case, that is basically the I consciousness. In that case, there is no. I mean, the language is such that it doesn't grasp that part of reality. So in whether the Spota theory that Bhattacharya has talked about, how much it is effective in the case of Shankara's Advaita Vedanta. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Somebody else also was trying to say something. Anybody, somebody else was also having a question. We'll take that.
Me.
Please.
Professor Notaraju.
Namaste, sir. Namaste. Please,
Raghunath Ghosh. Raghunath Ghosh speaking.
Go ahead,
so,
sir.
to Dr. Roshan, I want to tell what is to be understood by the term Akhanda Vakartha, and how can you explain Tattvamoshi as a Akhanda Vakartha? And Para you have not mentioned, only Madhyama, Vaikari and Pashanti. Why you left Para? So these are some of the queries.
Raghunath, you please give an explanation part of it. Please give an explanation also. Please go ahead.
Uh,
Para, he left it. That's why I pointed it out. Para,
yeah,
please.
yeah.
Shabda Brahma.
Actually, Bhartrihari has left Para. He has not accepted Para as a form of Spoto, as a form of Shabda. Only three types of things. Because Para is nothing to do with the philosophical scheme. And Tattvamoshi is an Akhanda Vakartha, which is called Nirvikalpaka in the true sense of the term. Now, Vaishishta Avogahi, whole things are not taken individually, but taken collectively. That's why it is Nirvikalpaka. And Akhanda Vakartha is there. So there are many things to tell, but this much I would like to tell you.
Oh, yeah, yes, and that answers partly Dr. Arup Jyoti's question as well. How Akhanda Vakyartha is to be understood and why Para is left in Bhartruhari's Vakyapadiyam. Yeah, that answer. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the intervention. And anybody else has or we are moving to the next Arya Deva's contribution to Indian philosophy by Dr.
So, Dr. Raju, if I may have your permission before you go to the next speaker, could I take a group photograph, please?
Yes, please. Everybody put on
So
the
everybody,
videos.
please put on your video cameras. And as you saw, there are two video cameras with my name. One of them is actually Raghunatha, whom you now see on the screen. So he has hijacked my computer, one of my computers. All right, so please put on your...
Raghunatha is in Boston?
Yes, in fact, he is in my office.
Oh my God. Okay, there is a physical attendance.
Yes, so one of my bonuses for this conference is having him for 3-4 days, kind of all the time, as much time as I want. So, okay, so please put on your smiling faces and I will take 2 pictures. Okay. I have still some people who have not put on their cameras, but anyway, we don't want to lose time. So, number 1, there we go. Thank you. And please stay with me for 15 more seconds. Right. All right. And now to number 2. Okay. There we go. Thank you so much. Professor Nataraju, you can resume your session. I'm sorry for this interruption.
Dr. Soumyakanti, you're there. You have a paper on Arya Deva's contribution. The Nagarjuna followers, Arya Deva, Bhava Viveka. Yeah, please, we will listen to some Buddhist philosophy. Please go ahead.
So nice to see you, sir. Again, we will miss you in some university for sure. And I thank the organizers for letting me, giving a chance to me to present this paper on Arya Deva. And I also thank the chairperson. I start with a little theme. That Nagarjuna addressed to Lord Buddha. Anirodham manupadam manuchedam mahaspatam manikata mananatam anagamam anirgamam yaha pratisam prapancha pashamam shivam desaya masa sambuddha tvam vande vadatam vanam. So the name of my paper is, am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Please, you're fine. You're fine. Go ahead. Visible, audible. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. So on self-nature and pure critic, analyzing Arya Deva's contribution to Indian philosophical thinking. Though the paper is titled Arya Deva's contribution to Indian philosophical thinking, but I find Arya Deva top to bottom indebted to Nagarjuna. Aryadeva belongs to the Madhyamika Prasangika school of Nagarjuna. He was the direct student of Nagarjuna, contemporary, of course, contemporary to Nagarjuna. Together they had association with the Nalanda monastery. And he lived in around first or second century current era with Nagarjuna. So they are Madhyamika because they do not adhere to the extreme viewpoints. I mean, I'm telling this for those who are new to this concept of Madhyamika. They don't adhere to the extreme viewpoints of eternalism and nihilism, and they adhere to the Madhyama Pratipat, the middle path. That is why they are known as Madhyamika, and also Prasangika because they don't have any thesis of their own. They always use the concepts and the categories of argumentation, the categories of thought uh, uh, used by the opponents to contradict them. And the style of Nagarjuna and Aryadeva in both of their answering their opponents in Vigraha Vyavartini as well as in the texts that are attributed to Aryadeva, this Chatushataka Shastra Karika Nama and the Shataka Shastra, is that I mean, I will discuss them as it would follow. So this I was very much attracted to this Buddhist style of criticism, the pure critic, as I am saying it, the pure critic on self nature and pure critic. So according to Radha Krishnan, as I found it in his Indian Philosophy Volume 2, uh, he started his Naga yes Dr. Radhakrishnan started about Andikshiki, started his context on Andikshiki, that questioning and critical thinking on and philosophizing started from the Buddha's time, from the Buddha's. It was Buddhism uh, that had initiated this kind of critical thinking. So it is. Dr. Radhakrishnan is of this opinion. So Aryadeva and his master Nagarjuna belong to Madhyamika Prasangika school, and they like a true Advaiti, because both Gaudapada and Shankara, they belong to, I mean, almost some 5 centuries later to Aryadeva and Nagarjuna. So they might have taken, they might have learned so many things from Aryadeva and Nagarjuna according to their convenience. And it is also a very surprising fact that Aryadeva, even prior to Gaudapada and Shankara, Aryadeva is believed to have used the analogy of this rope snake example. This rope snake analogy has been believed to have used by Aryadeva for the first time. I mean, recorded time. So even Aryadeva, Nagarjuna's Shunyata, Nagarjuna Nagarjuna did not invent this Shunyata. He only systematizes it. He borrowed it. Shunyata has come followed from Ashwagosha. It is believed. And the concept of this, I should say, um the shunyata or the analogy of a chariot and its parts in Milinda Pantha, when the Nagasena is explaining King Menander that where is your chariot? Where is your chariot? What you call as chariot is not at all a chariot. It is a combination of different parts, wheels and shafts, etc. And even wheels and shafts are not independent entities themselves. They are also combined combination of different entities. So together, what you call a chariot is just a convention. It's just a convention. So both Nagarjuna's and Aryadeva's extension of thinking is based on this kind of a non-substantiality of things, non-substantiality, like a true Vivartavadi. Neither Nagarjuna nor Aryadeva would consider creation as real. Creation is not real. Even for Shankara, Advaita Gaudapada, creation is not real. It is like the relation and the existence of the ocean and waves. The world is a phenomenal existence. And but Shankara, the difference is that regarding the analogy of rope and snake, where Shankara goes from the mistaken snake to rope, that is from Jagrata Avastha, from Swapna Avastha to Jagrata Avastha, from Jagrata Avastha to the real Paramartha, the state of Paramartha, and stops there. But Aryadeva, unlike Shankara, he does not stop there. He has a radical criticism of the rope itself. So he says that if you further analyze the rope into its parts and go on analyzing, at the end of the day, you will find shunyata. So we mistake a rope for a snake, and we even mistake uh, emptiness. We mistake our convention for a real rope. So this world is ultimately, it is conditional. It is empty in the sense emptiness is not a fact. It is not a real emptiness. It is voidness for Nagarjuna's own convention, for Aryadeva's, for Nagarjuna, particularly for Nagarjuna's own convention. Nagarjuna calls it emptiness. Emptiness means even the emptiness of emptiness. So and it has to be it has to be noticed that Aryadeva's argumentations in all his works, he seldom has any new things to propound. His theories, his argumentations are only extension and expansion of Nagarjuna's negative dialectic to a series of metaphorical argumentations against some of his opponents. Now, whether these opponents are his creation, or there were real opponents, is a matter of historical question. So Aryadeva, following Nagarjuna, questions the concept of existence as real. So not only Nagarjuna, even Shankara, even the whole Advaitic tradition questions the concept of existence as real. But the point is, Aryadeva here appears to be more radical than Gaudapada and Shankara's school to not to stop with any substantial, any conceptual whole like Brahman, it goes to Chatushkoti Vinirmuktam. It goes to the negation of all categories of thought. So this was Buddha's ideal that freedom from all categories of thought is necessary for compassion. Because when all categories of thought are negated, when they are not negated in the sense that they go away. Going is also can be seen as a positive something. It is extinction of it is going away. It is something absorbed. So what is left is pure compassion. So in this sense, I call it pure critic. Pure critic means there is criticism in a negative sense that one viewpoint replaces the other. But in this case, this is not the case. That the one viewpoint is not replacing the other. There is in fact nothing to be negated because there is no creation at all. So in the absence of anything to be affirmed, there is nothing to be negated. So the argumentative tool of Shunyata needs complementary concepts of reality, existence, and cause, etc. only in a very, very conventional and phenomenal sense. We will find both Aryadeva and Nagarjuna making use of the concepts like reality, existence, and so on. But they are using those concepts with regard to what has been accepted by the opponent. They are using those categories as accepted by the opponent. So if there are two categories like light and darkness, so Aryadeva will argue that some thinkers, some of the opponents of Aryadeva has argued that jnana is like a light that illuminates the darkness. Aryadeva questions how light can illuminate the darkness because there is no connection. Since light and darkness, by your concept, both light and darkness are separate substantial entities. So since they are separate substantial entities, they are metaphysically end in themselves. So if they are metaphysically end in themselves, they cannot light cannot illuminate the darkness. So if I say that light can illuminate the darkness, it presupposes that both are interdependent. So thus how this is the style of Aryadeva's argumentation that he also this is not exclusively his style of argumentation. This is actually Nagarjuna's, the way he Aryadeva only extends Nagarjuna's technicalities into different kind of a series of a number of such kind of argumentations and negating the concept of his opponents. So by presupposing self-nature of entities, it is evident that both the entities as substantial and in themselves cannot be related to each other, like I said just now. In that case, the phenomena of nature and the nature of argumentation with an analogy of the example in nature would not be possible. So whatever example, whatever analogical statements, whatever analogical things that the opponents of Aryadeva and Nagarjuna are making, that like it is like illumination of the darkness by light. So all those examples, they don't stand. They don't stand if you consider light as a independent substance if you consider darkness as a padartha, as an independent substance. Mm, thus, as the opponent describes, knowledge as illumination of darkness is problematic, as argued by Aryadeva, because both the light and darkness, as independent and exclusive entities, are metaphysical and in themselves, and thus one cannot illuminate the other. Relation between objects in nature presupposes mutual dependence and mutual dependence or codependence. Now, let us come to Aryadeva's the arguments that he puts against the self nature of the self-existence of the self. Aryadeva, through a number of points, he refutes, he shows that the considering the swabhava or the self nature of the self, the self or the atmana is problematic, is highly problematic. Aryadeva questions the self existence of the self. If consciousness is if consciousness is the characteristic of the self, then he would argue that self is not permanent and self-existent. Aryadeva puts forward a series of arguments as why the self that is claimed by the opponent as autonomously conscious entity is actually not so. So Aryadeva and Nagarjuna, I mean, following Nagarjuna, they are not ready to accept self as an autonomous entity. Though we have seen that in Mula Madhyamika Karika, somewhere Nagarjuna accepts the self, but he does not accept the selfhood. He takes the example of, I mean, DJ Kolupana, DJ Kalupahana in his commentary on Nagarjuna's Mula Madhyamika Karika says that cogito is fine, but when it comes to ergo sum, then it makes a problem. That is, self Nagarjuna exists, accepts, but self-consciousness, with I-ness and mindness, there is a problem. So, how Aryadeva argues against the self or the identity of consciousness and the self, I have made it into fewer points. If the self is not identical with the consciousness, let us now think that self is not identical with the consciousness. We will talk about the identity of self and consciousness later. Let us think that self and consciousness are not related. So if self is not identical with consciousness, it is like dissociating the power of an object from the object that possesses it. In this case, if the power can reside separately and independent, separate and independent of the object that has it, then what is the use of the object? If consciousness and the self that possesses the consciousness are two different entities and can exist separately, then what is the use of the concept of a self? Even if knowledge is considered to be the nature of a self and associated with the self in the way a man is associated with his ox, the existence or the characteristic, the substantial characteristics of the man and the ox are different. Here again, Aryadeva applies the Vaisheshika's logic of the existence and fundamental difference of Padartha. Since the ox is different from the man and have separate individual existence as having and in themselves, so do knowledge and the self must have separate and individual existence as and in themselves. The self does not have the characteristics of knowledge in itself inherently, since they are substantially different entities, as presupposed by Vaisheshika. Vaisheshika, it is claimed that Vaisheshika claims that self and knowledge are different. The pluralism, the substantial pluralism. Aryadeva's style of argumentation doesn't differ from his master
Dr. Soumya
Nagarjuna.
Kanti, sorry for interruption. Dr. Soumya? Dr. Soumya,
Sir,
yeah, I mean, you are doing so well, but a few minutes you have to leave for a discussion. If you end, because already there will be hell of questions on your paper, because you see, there are Vedantins trying to get hold of the Buddhists. So if you end up in 1-2 minutes, we will have a heated discussion on this, because everybody has questions.
So yes.
Please,
So
please.
so if yes sir, I'm concluding. So Aryadeva argued, Aryadeva following Nagarjuna claims that Prasangika. So Aryadeva has been attributed by his opponent as the refuters, that you are refuters. So Aryadeva said that you do not understand the meaning of my refutation. You do not understand the meaning of the emptiness or the shunyata. Aryadeva, following Nagarjuna, claims that the Prasangikas are not the refuters because there is nothing to be refuted. And why there is nothing to be refuted? Since there is nothing to be affirmed. And why there is nothing to be affirmed? Because there is no creation in the real sense of the term. And why there is no creation? Because everything is empty of self-nature. And why everything is empty of self-nature? Since it is since it is evident that everything is dependently originated, and whatever is dependently originated doesn't fit into the concept of soul. So this is how Aryadeva establishes the non-substantiality or the non-existence of Swabhava with his I call it pure critic, because it is only criticism and criticism alone that is left behind, and this critical consciousness leads us to pure compassion and not any conceptual view on our mind. So this is what I try to humbly present. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Soumyakanti. Thank you so much. It's you have been working on Buddhist philosophers. I know you had your PhD on Nagarjuna, and now you moved on to Aryadeva. It's a good thing. We don't have good many scholars working on Buddhist schools these days. It's good that some of you are coming up, and with a commitment to such philosophical ideas. That's more important, because one may be doing Buddhism, but that commitment is very important. One passing comment, and I will move, because there are many who want to raise questions on what you said. Acharya Shankara did not consider it, good enough to comment on Nagarjuna. He thought that it is below the standards of a philosopher to talk about Shunyata. That's what he writes in Brahma Sutra, second Adhyaya, second Pada. He just rubbishes Shunyavada with a popular understanding of Shunyata. He takes it in a popular sense. And he says, it is below the standard of a philosopher to talk about Shunyavada. I don't want to comment on Nagarjuna. I don't think he had enough time to read Aryadeva and pick up a Rajju Sarpa Bhranti Nyaya from Aryadeva. I don't see it that way. He just rubbishes Shunyata in one line only. And he took a lot of time to criticize Vijnanavada, subjective idealism of the Buddhists, Sutra number 28, 29, 30. There he takes a lot of time, but not on Shunyata. So I don't think he picked up the Rajju Sarpa from an Aryadeva. That's okay. That's fine. And of course, there are many things to raise questions, but I will leave it to, other participants. Dr. Jayanti ji is waiting there for a long time, please. And then we'll move on to Raghunath Da and R.P. Singh ji and others. Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. And thank you, Dr. Soumyakant, for your, what I can say, like enlightening lecture. And many ideas, but a little bit sometimes contradiction I found. When you begin with your like Nagarjuna's philosophy and saying that neither eternalism nor nihilism, and then you said that he has accepted the path of Madhyama Marg, but Nagarjuna himself said that I do not have any position. You also said that later on that he doesn't have position because he said that astiti nastiti vepiyanta suddhi asuddhi mepiyanta madhyapi sthanam na karoti pandita. So that is a kind of you yourself. So many times when we do a kind of comparative analysis and trying to say that whether Sankara was influenced by Nagarjuna or Nagarjuna was influenced by Sankara, so we exactly not doing justice because these two systems are totally one is the metaphysical school, strong metaphysical schools, substance views, and one is a school who doesn't believe on substance theory and nisovabhyata. You believe, you bring that aneka, that 8 no's. You begin with your statement. Anekartham, ananartham, anagamam, anityamam. So that is one thing. And the second observation is that, like if you say that snake and rope is an example taken by Advaita, but then what about the chariot example? Chariot was there even in the Kathopanishad. That example was there. Do you mean to say that Buddhists are influenced by the Upanishadic thoughts? Because that was a time when I think this kind of familiar examples were going on. So when we do philosophy, time and space and context are important. So there are a couple of things. Because why do we say that Nagarjuna? Because Nagarjuna has done wonderful work. Mula Madhyamik, Karika, Vigraha, Vivartan. He is in fact the only philosopher who said that everybody can remain together. And you yourself said there is a compassion and you can take all ideologies and transcend all ideologies. That pragya pratyartham tu kathyate. Okay, binirmuktam sunyatam. So you all said. So that's why I said that there are a couple of things when you do seriously, don't bring any comparison. There is no need do. So to give justice, Nagarjuna is enough. Nagarjuna is enough. And I'm happy that you do a comparative analysis with Aryadev also. So nice to listen to you. Thank
Yes, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. To answer your first question, I mean, this Madhyama Pratipat, this middle way, is not a way like any other way. It is if Nagarjuna claims it as a way like any other way, then Nagarjuna is negating his whole philosophy. Or Aryadeva, the school is negating their whole philosophy. So Madhyamika is a pure critic, pure negation, pure negation. It is also the negation of all negations. So whatever Madhyamika means, it is to live in a unconditioned way of life, unconditioned. When all our categories of thought are criticized, I mean we become free from it. Then the only thing that remains is pure disposition, pure worldliness, pure compassion. So we can have this world free from any type of constructions, any type of conceptual constructions. So the Rajju Sarpa, this vislation is about this conceptual construction. It's an error. It's an error. So yes, in one of my talks in Vedanta Congress itself, I very strongly claim that Upanishad is the foundation of Buddhism. Upanishad, Buddhism is nothing but Vedanta itself truly explained. Vedanta truly explained. Buddhism is Vedanta truly explained. So
Vedantin,
Buddhism is
Dr. Soumya, traditional Vedantins won't accept you. Traditional Vedantins will
no,
say that don't drag us
I
to
insist.
Nagarjuna for
I
explanation, for
don't
God's
say
sake.
don't I don't see Nagarjuna and Vedanta as two parallel and separate disciplines.
That's
They
good.
are telling
Very brief. Dr. Soumya, we will take more observations. Otherwise, you will be lost. I
yes,
will
sir.
have to
Yes, sir.
stop
Yes,
you
sir.
there.
Please,
So if you want.
I will note down Madam's observation, and it
Please.
is indeed very a very useful observation, Madam. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I have
Thank you so much.
answered.
Thank you.
Raghunatha, you have a quick comment? Raghunatha? Unmute, Raghunatha, unmute. Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But I would like to tell you why you are mixing both the traditions. Advaita is Advaita, Buddhism is Buddhism. There is, as Professor Nataraju told in Tarkopada chapter, they have refuted Vijnanavada and other things. So you cannot tell that Buddhism and the basis of Buddhism is on the Upanishad, first. Secondly, you told that what is the contribution of Aryadeva. If Nagarjuna is sufficient enough, Nasti Mamocha Pratigya, Chatuskoti Vinirmukto, what is the contribution of Aryadeva? It is just chewing of the chewed object or something new. This remark I would like to have from you. Thank you, Sommo, for your nice presentation. Otherwise,
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you so much. I told at the very beginning that I don't find Aryadeva in his originality. He is top to bottom indebted to his master. But as Shunyata is not an invention of Nagarjuna himself, so and Nagarjuna is using this Shunyata as a tool borrowed from Ashwagosha. Uh, so also Aryadeva's contribution is which I will explain in my paper. Aryadeva's contribution is the extension and expansion of Nagarjuna's technical argumentations into a series of dialogue with his opponents that has an extension of value both philosophically as well as in ethically also, both metaphysically and ethically. So I have tried to study Aryadeva as an extension of Nagarjuna. Aryadeva is not parallel to Nagarjuna. He belongs to Nagarjuna himself. He belongs to Nagarjuna.
Okay.
I may have to
That's fine.
change
That's
my
fine.
title
No,
because
that's fine.
it really sounds problematic.
Anybody any last comment? Anybody? Any Advaitins are there who? No. We can move on. Yes, please. We will. Thank you, Dr. Soumyakanti. It was,
Thank you,
please
sir. Thank you, sir, for your
continue to
kind
do more work.
comments
Continue the Pushtimarga work. Continue the other works. Get into Bhava Viveka or Shantarakshita. Do more work because we need people who work on Buddhist schools. We do require. Chandrakirti, Madam is saying that please refer to Chandrakirti's explanation. You are already working on Chandrakirti's gloss on Nagarjuna's works. You are already working there. We have Dr. Pushpankita Tiwari ji, and she brings in Bhargavi Varuni Vidya. My God, into Vedanta tradition. You are bringing Bhargavi Varuni into Vedanta tradition. Pushpankita ji, 20 minutes, please, faster. Thank you.
Am I audible, sir?
Please, go ahead. You're fine. Go ahead.
Sahana bhavatu
सहनो भुवन्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहे तेजस्विनाम धीतमस्तु मा द्विविदिशावहे ॐ शान्तिः 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 ॐ May He, the Brahman, protect both of us together. May He provide for us together. May we together acquire strength. May we together attain brilliance in what we study. May we never entertain any rancor towards each other. Om. May all obstacles be quieted. Meditating on this verse of Shantipat from Taittiriya Upanishad, I would like to start my presentation. Namaskar and good evening to everyone present here. I am thrilled to be here at this conference filled with esteemed dignitaries and a scholar to present my paper to the chair of the session, Professor Nataraju sir. First of all, I would like to give a gist of my paper. And the topic of my paper is Bhargavi Varuni Vidya, the Vedantin Yoga of Self-Perfection. This paper is divided into 5 sections. The first section is the introduction part. The next section is this paper seeks to highlight the yoga of self-perfection from the core of learning of Vedantic theory, Bhargavi Varuni Vidya. Basically, it's a practical technique in a conversational form between father and son. This portion has been taken from Taittiriya Upanishad, which is the part that is Anuvak is known as Bhriguvalli. It's a meditative technique of inquiry comes self-knowledge, which teaches us that the goal of human life is to transcend the 5 koshas. I would also like to emphasize more on our mind and intellect are expanded through philosophy, and it has given us insight into reality, which is what Bhargavi Varuni Vidya provides us. Even it may be indefinable, incomprehensible, undetachable, intangible, etc., to our cerebral comprehension of it, but it left us with need of feel it. Therefore, the major emphasis of this paper will be to establish the method of Bhrigu's introspection to resolve the mental and daily life problem. So let me begin with my introduction of paper. Human nature may not be entirely stable, but it is consistent enough to warrant the study of ancient classic despite scientific and technological advancement. We still do not fully comprehend human life. Society's relentless pursuit of progress has led to the disregarding mental health and overall well-being. However, this recent pandemic has compelled us to seek sustainable solutions. One such solution is the ancient practice of self-awareness and the self-realization, which remains relevant even in the new normal. Humans are rational beings, and as a rational being, must take responsibility for integrating themselves with the present, past, and future, and learn to live the time and eternity. The ancient practice of yoga for self-perfection provide us spiritual as well as therapeutic solution for the problem of modern world. The Upanishad, also known as Vedanta, are the primary source of knowledge of self-perfection in the Indian philosophical tradition. Vedanta means the end of knowledge, where there is nothing higher to be learned. The Bhargavi Varuni Vidya of Taittiriya Upanishad is a valuable resource for those who are seeking for self-improvement. Moving towards the detail about Bhargavi Varuni Vidya, the practice of Bhargavi Varuni Vidya is a form of yoga that emphasizes self-improvement through the cultivation of right knowledge. It involves a practical conversational technique and is based on teaching of Taittiriya Upanishad, which is the part of Krishna Yajurveda. The Upanishad's 7th, 8th, and 9th chapter, known as Shikhavalli, Anandavalli, and Bhriguvalli, respectively, offer lessons on meditation and ethical rules for seekers to purify their mind and become receptive to the teaching of Supreme Reality. Through various meditation, seeker can gain mental steadiness and elevate their thought beyond mundane rituals and contemplate the cosmos. The practice also promises material rewards and include a prayer for prosperity, good health, mental efficiency, memory, speech, what I have did just while narrating the Santi part right now. The necessity of ethical principle and practices for the speaking is enlightenment are clearly stated in this lesson. In the 10th lesson, the accomplished sage Trishanku share his experience of ultimate realization. And the final lesson of the chapter repeat the opening peace chant with the slightly alteration to express gratitude to the deities who help the student to realize the truth which is taught. In the second chapter, Anandavalli emphasizes the only knowledge of Brahman can destroy ignorance and elevate the suffering of transmigratory existence. The all-pervading Brahman exists within humans as their innermost self and subtlest essence, located within the Atma. But human cannot recognize it because the self is obscured by numerous layers of ignorance. And the third, Bhrigovalli, is going to elaborate through the exposition of 5 kosas and take the form of layer, subtlety, and gossip. Essentially, these seeds are human bodies, gross, subtle, and causal bodies. These details are given in Bhrigovalli section of Taittiriya Upanishad. So let me introduce you with the Bhrigovalli, with the chapter Bhrigovalli. In the chapter titled Bhrigovalli, Varuna engages in dialogue with his son Bhrigu to impart knowledge about Brahman. The first section defined Brahman as creator, sustainer, destroyer of universe. Explain how the body sense can aid in attaining knowledge of Brahman. Varun guide Bhrigu through subsequent section to help him realize Brahman step by step. This section describes Brahman as a physical universe, Brahman in the physical universe, Prana by allocating through Prana, mind, intellect, and ultimately as a bliss. Bhrigu realizes that only Brahman is real and everything else is an illusion. Section 7 to 9th, 9th Anuvaka emphasizes that the importance of food. Annam Brahmeti Vijjanat. While the 10th chapter teaches various forms of meditation on Brahman. The special feature of this chapter is the meditation of all five seeds, that is koshas of Atma, led to the gateway of self-realization. This conception, though hinted at in other Upanishad also, such as Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Chandogya Upanishad, but not so explicitly. But in Taittiriya Upanishad, it has elaborated through the whole holistic method of conversational technique. Let me discuss about the technique. The whole conversational technique involves the resolution of quest through tapasya by the inquirer Bhrigu, who asked his father about the ultimate reality. The one unchanging reality which he wants to know, or by whom he would be driven towards the ultimate knowledge. He inquired with his father about the ultimate knowledge. The sage suggested him to do tapasa brahma vijignyasa, to do some level of tapasya or employ yourself in self-inquiry. The conversation revolves around Bhrigu, who seeks to know the unchanging reality and drive towards the knowledge. He asks his father how to know who he is, and the sage advises him engage in self-inquiry through tapasya or level of spiritual meditation. Bhrigu, the son of Varuna, approaches his father again and asks about how could he live with this world without knowing himself. Again, Bhrigu has suggested him to perform austerities and realize that food is Brahman. Then he realized that food is Brahman. Continuing practicing austerities as it is the means to gain knowledge of Brahman, Bhrigu continued to practice and realized that vital breath, mind, intellect are also Brahman, but they are part of Brahman, but they are not Brahman, as they too give birth to sustain the life. Finally, Bhrigu realized that bliss is the Brahman, as the ultimate state of being that all being seeks for. Varuna and Varuna teachings were established in the heart and supreme Akasha. Those who understand them become possessors of food and spiritual radiance, are known for their fame and offspring. This bold technique involves the Vedanta. According to this whole technique involves Vedanta method of meditation. According to Vedanta, self-realization involves three stages, and which is what the earlier conversational technique has adopted. The first one is Shravana. According to Shravan, it is a method. It is important for an aspirant to first listen to realize the soul teaching of ultimate reality. Without understanding the philosophy of Vedanta and goal to be achieved, one will not have a clear idea of correct approach to reach it. After learning about the ultimate reality, one must engage in cognitive reflection. And this cognitive reflection part is known as nididhyasana, manan. This involves analyzing and reasoning about what has been heard to arrive at the firm conviction that it is the supreme goal to be achieved in life. Vedanta teaches a conscious process for realizing one's true and immortal nature, which requires aspirant to convinced of its truth and practicality. The third one is the contemplative meditation, which is known as nididhyasana. Nididhyasana is the final and the most significant stage that lead one to directly to self-realize or jnana or moving towards the jnana nishtha. This process involves consciously seeking to understand one's true self and relies heavily on the ego, subconsciousness, intellect, mind stuff within our inner equipment. To achieve self-realization, one must hear the truth of ultimate reality from an enlightened soul and contemplate oneself. After this, it is important to resolve the path to follow the path that lead to the self-inquiry. This inquiry leads to the speculation of into Panchakosha. Let me discuss the outcome of this technique, that is the theory of Panchakosha. The Panchakosha theory, which stems from Taittiriya Upanishad, provides an alternative perspective for understanding human personality. This Vedantin psycho-philosophical view of personality is similar to trait perspective, where each kosha displays specific characteristics. The ancient Indian model of personality consists of 5 seats. First one is Annamaya Kosh. Second one is Pranamaya Kosh, which is also known as vital air seat. Third one is Manomaya Kosh, which is also known as mental sheath. Fourth one is Vijnanamaya Kosh, which is also known as intellectual seat. And the last one is Anandamaya, which is also known as bliss seat. These can be described as the Annamaya Kosh refers to the outermost layer of our physical body, comprises of flesh, muscles, and bone. This layer is sustained and nourished by the food we consume. Hence, it is known as Annamaya Kosh. The next one is the Pranamaya Kosh. Pranamaya refers to the vital energy known as prana, which is not only the inhalation and exhalation, but more than that. This energy is not limited to just oxygen, but permeate our physical being as well as spiritual being responsible for our life. Without prana, our body would not inert. It governs our bodily growth and function, including different functions, and also transmission of signals between the body and brain. Prana is also a driving force behind our karmendriyas, the five organ of action, including our feet, hands, vocal cords, and urinary and excretory system. The third one is moving towards the third kosha, that is Manomaya Kosh, refers to the mental seat associated with the mind and its thought processes. It encompasses the action and reaction of physical body, which are influenced by thought, feeling, and emotion. The seat operates through our five senses and shape our preferences and aversions. The fourth human body layer, called Vijnanamaya Kosh, encompasses actually intellect and wisdom. The Vigyan refers to the subtle knowledge and higher intelligence incorporating intuition, conscience, and will. Understanding this layer allow us for aligning thought and action, facing reality, avoiding illusions, worldly temptations, letting go of negative qualities, and shedding the ego. By doing so, one can attain the highest state of wisdom. And the last one is the Anandamaya Kosh. Is in Sanskrit, Anandamaya Kosh term refers to as the layer of being that is closest to the spiritual truth or the cosmic light. It is most subtle layer, often associated with feeling of joy and bliss. We may experience pure delight, happiness when this layer is awakened. We may forget about the physical body and mind, feel transported to the higher level of being. In this state, we may feel like one with the divine and experience nothing but bliss and happiness. So, moving towards by knowing all these five koshas, we
Dr.
must have.
Pushpantika ji, sorry for interruption. Sorry. Concluding remarks. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Please.
consequently, considering an ideal or targeting an ideal within life is not a leads to is always leads someone towards perfection in their life, which help one to upgrade themselves towards always to do better in their life. However, the problem related to mental front, such as stress and strain related to the daily life and any depression, one can resolve. All of these can resolve through these issues by adopting this method of inquiry, that is Ramana, Manana, and Nididhyasana, which helps us to uncover the different sheath of ignorance and unite us with our ultimate reality. Thank you for giving me chance and opportunity to present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pushpantika ji. You have reminded all of us the Taittiriya Upanishad and Bhriduvalli, Anandavalli, Shikshavalli, Bhrigurvai Varunihi Varunam Pitaram Upasasara Ati Bhagavo Brahmeti Sagumbho Vacha. That's how it starts. The Anuvaka starts, and Annam Brahmeti Vyajanat, Annadyeva Kal Vimani Bhutani Jayante, Yena Jatani Jivanti Yat Prayatya Visambhishanti Tad Vijiknyasasva Tad Brahmeti. Annam Narindya Tad Vratam. It ends with, the Anuvaka ends with, Annam Bahukurvita. Anyway, I mean, that's how the Anuvaka ends, and Bhargavi Varuni Vidya Bhrugu was the son of Varuna. Bhrugurvai Varuni Varunam Pitaram Upasasara. The Panchakosha Vichara is a very famous, tool, apart from Adhyaropa and Apavada and Avasthatraya Vichara. It is the Panchakosha Vichara which is the very foundation of doing Vedanta. Anybody has a quick comment, or we are moving on to the next speaker? We are running late by another 15 minutes.
So I would like to make one comment, Professor Nataraju.
Yes, sir. Please.
Just in your Mangalacharan, there was a great mistake. The Mangalacharan starts this is the mantra is Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Saho Virjang Karobhavahai Tejoshi Naboditamastu Ma Vidvishavai. But the first line you have done some error. This is the same. And second one, you never explained why it is called Baruni Vidya. Nataraju told a little bit, but why you have taken this thing and why it is called Baruni in the true sense of the term. This is the son of Varuna, or Baruni is something else. So this much I want to know from you. And Annam Brahmeti Bhajanat. Be careful about Sanskrit. You mistaken this also.
Thank you for amending me, sir. I will really keep this in mind, that while speaking all these Sanskrit terms, I should be use carefully all these terms. Sir, as you said that the question that Varuni Vidya, since it's a conversation between Bhrigu, the son, and the Varuna, the father, and it's a story. It is not someone he is not someone from sage from he's not someone goddess Varuna, but he is a character which is who is derived in the Taittiriya Upanishad. So basically, it's a conversation between these two personalities. First one is Bhrigu, who is the son of the sages Varuna. Hello.
Raghunatha, you have any other sense in mind when you said Varuni Vidya, or is this You're muted, you're muted, Raghunatha. Unmute.
Okay.
Please.
It's okay, Nataraju, nothing to tell. She has spoken rightly that Varuna is connected not only the goddess, but within ourselves. There is a place of Varuna, Prana Shakti, vital organ, which is revitalized by Anna, and which has been taken as a Brahma, the form of power, the source of power. Thank you, Nataraj.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pushpankita.
Thank you for valuable comments, sir, and I will definitely keep this in mind that while
we are moving on to the next paper. Dr. Vandana Sharma, Cosmic Harmony and Advaita. Dr. Vandana, you are there? Dr. Vandana?
I don't see her in the list of participants.
Yes, sir. Even I was also trying to see. Okay, we'll then move on to Dr. Jayanti ji is here. So, Jayanti ji, please, place of self in perception in Advaita, perception the theory of perception and the self in Advaita philosophy. Please, madam.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you're clear. This is clear.
Yes,
Video is
sir.
clear.
The later part of my discussion, I may need to show my PPT.
Please.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Namaskaram to one and all present here. Respected Chair Professor Nataraju. My sincere thanks to Professor Balram Singh, Professor R.P. Singh, Professor Sukalyan Sengupta, Professor Nataraju for giving me the opportunity to share my ideas at the 26th International Congress of Vedanta, jointly organized by Center for Indic Studies at University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and Institute of Advanced Science. The topic of my presentation is place and function of self in perception, Advaita Vedant's analysis. So I will focus on, I'll divide my presentation into three parts. First, I'll bring the metaphysical explanation of the theory of self. Second, I'll focus on my topic, that place and function of self in perception. And third part, again, I'll bring some kind of discussion, taking again the metaphysics, or we can say know the knower. So to conclude my presentation, so this is a first attempt of mine to speak about the epistemology of Vedanta philosophy. So as we all know that Vedanta is a kind of idealistic school, and I'm very happy that when I see Indian philosophical schools, and most of the schools are realistic, and except Charvak is a materialistic school, and Advaita Vedanta is an idealistic school. And when I compare all the Indian philosophical schools of thought, especially when I compare Vedanta with Nayayikas and all, so I found that Advaita has given a substantial position to the theory of consciousness, and keeping the metaphysical position retained even within the epistemological structure. I may be wrong because there are many distinguished professors are there. So this is my own interpretation and own understanding of Vedanta philosophy. So coming to the metaphysical explanation of the reality, the ultimate reality is pure spirit, self-effulgent consciousness, which is all bliss and the very perfection of existence. And when I said all bliss and perfection of existence, I include the empirical existence as well as transcendental existence. As affirmed by the Aitareya Upanishad of the Rig Veda, all this, the entire universe, the living and the non-living, is moved by consciousness, supported by consciousness, guided by consciousness, and has its being in consciousness. Consciousness is Brahman. It implies that the manifold has no actual position in non-dual Brahman, even as a mirage has no existence in the desert, being only an appearance. It is a mere superimposition that disappears with the dawning of the knowledge of the reality. So, to my mind, Sankaracharya has done a very great job by differentiating the world from the world of the Maya from the world of Brahman. And so far as if you do not make a kind of distinction, at least you cannot explain the avidya or the Maya in a proper way. And that's why the metaphysics here is related to epistemology, and and also gives a space to ethics and spiritualism to work on their own way and establishing the absolute reality. So in the Brihadaranya Upanishad, there is no difference whatsoever in this Brahman. From death to death moves you sees in this Brahman the seeming diversity. So diversity is a part of consciousness theory, and consciousness is something which is very dynamic. And coming back to, and that is what all the Mahavakyas trying to prove, the dictum, the word that Tattvamasi in Chandogya Upanishad discloses the direct approach to non-dual Brahman. This is its main purposes. It is the realization of the ultimate oneness that demonstrates the first and second points. In as much as an individual is essentially identical with the Brahman, he can realize the same by realizing his inmost self, as cleared by the Mundaka Upanishad. To quote, the stainless, indivisible Brahman signs in the golden innermost self as the luminous self. It is pure, it is the light of all lights, it is that which they know who know the inmost self. So, what is important here to understand the significance that when we talk about a consciousness, and we generally mix up many times that with giving a scientific explanation to a consciousness theory, which my mind is a very difficult task what we are doing. And that's why the retaining the purity of the consciousness, I think the idealism is required, and that's why Sankara might have thought that to make a distinction between Brahma and Maya. And to coming back to a kind of discussion of Brahma and Jiva, in realizing Brahman, the Jiva becomes identified with it. And for Brahman is very big being and can by no means objectify. The individual soul, withdrawn from all limiting urgents, realize his essential unity with all pervading the supreme self. The knower and the knowable become fused into indivisible unitary consciousness, all blissful, pure, simple awareness, real to itself, science. In every form of knowledge, direct or indirect, there is a distinction between the knower and the object of knowledge, but in the realization of Brahman, no such distinction prevails. So, suppose we make the Brahma as the subject-object relationship, then Brahman, or we may make Brahman as an agent or a kind of karta and bhokta. So Brahma will lose its own identity, and that's why very carefully Sankaracharya in Brahma Sutra Bhasya also, and Adhyas Bhasya and other texts also in the Upanishad, we find that they said that it is something which is pure and something which is a drashta. And when I say drashta, to see, the vision here should not be take a very kind of ordinary vision, and all sort of explanation within the Vedanta philosophy is not a kind of ordinary explanation what we see within the subject-object dichotomy. So that is my understanding, that the whole idea is established that vision, which has a power or potentiality, like Aristotle say, that there is a potential and the matter has the potentiality to actuality. So similarly, the consciousness and here has a potentiality to prove that actually it is sufficient to remove the ignorance from the mind and its sense organs, and also establish a path for the realization of moksha. So that is how the Vedanta speaks about three kinds of realities that already many speakers have already said: Prativasik Satta, Vyavaharik Satta, and the Paramarthik Satta. So there is a so we always so Sankaracharya, when we said Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya Jive Brahmaiva Na Para, so there is a misunderstanding always saying that Sankaracharya has denied world or the falsity through falsity. In fact, he is trying to understand the reality through falsity, and that is also is there within a some kind of I will not compare, but some kind of reference is there within Nagarjuna also. So, there is a transcendental experience is altogether different from three normal states of experience: waking, dream, and deep sleep, that an individual goes through almost every day under the spell or ajnana. It is called the fourth turiya in relation to other three states, though it is the only state native to jiva, while the other states perpetuate man's wonders, being superimposed by ajnana. The fourth turiya eradicates ajnana and makes him free forever. So even in the Mandukya Upanishad, when we talk about waking state, dreaming state, and deep sleep and Turiya, so there also where the consciousness is moving from a gross body to subtle body, then there is a Karan Sarir, and then again there is a chance to go beyond that its own state, that is the state of bliss, and Anand Turiya is altogether is a different state of mind. It is a kind of not a kind of Vritti Chaitanya, but it is a can be a Sakshi Chaitanya, know the knower. So the transcendental experience of the self is thus delineated by the Mandukya Upanishad. The wise to quote, the wise considered that to be the fourth, which is not internally conscious as dream, nor externally conscious as in waking, nor conscious both ways as in a state intermediary between the waking and dream, which is not a mass of consciousness, dormant state of the conscious process as in profound sleep, nor all consciousness, nor unconsciousness, which is imperceptible, ungraspable, and inaccessible, which is inconceivable, indefinable, which is pure self-awareness, which is the cessation of manifold, which is non-dual, claim and blissful, and this is the self. And I'll not go to the more on the metaphysical explanation of the self, and this is an attempt to try, because if we go to the Indian philosophical schools, that perception, all the schools of Indian philosophy, they have taken perception as a important methods of knowledge. So for various reasons, it is the most fundamental within the Indian philosophical studies. Every school of philosophy has its own theory of perception. And but to my mind, I always accept Vedanta philosophy. So I find that also here Sankaracharya has clearly said that this is not a Praman Vyavastha which I am creating, just like the Nayayik or the other schools of thought, but it is a process, and that process is valid as long as that you have not realized the Sakshi Chaitanya. So the Vritti Chaitanya has also a very vital role to play in order to understand the world and its limitation and the finiteness of the mind. So perception involves a relation between the knowing self and its object. The conception of this relation is determined by the conception of the self and of the object. In Vedantic metaphysics, the self as well as the world of objects have been variously conceived by different thinkers. Consequently, the combination of each conception of the self with each of the conceptions of the objective world give rise theoretically one type of relation between the self and the object. So there is the question of denying the object doesn't arise here. Regarding the self, there are three different views prevail within the Advaita Vedanta itself also. The first one is the knower, the individual self is finite and limited. It is therefore neither all pervasive nor the ground or the material cause of the phenomenal world. So that is a kind of explanation, if not, I think, given by the Vedanta, within the Vedanta Paribhasa, when to define the perception and the what is the nature of the consciousness. Dharmaraj Adhwarendra said the consciousness which is associated with the mind, body, and the organs has a limitation and finiteness and limited, and it has a beginning as well as an end. So that is how the first equation stands for. The individual self is all pervasive and unlimited. That second one is, but not the material cause of the world. And the third one is the individual self is both all pervasive and the ground of this universe. So in the Vedanta Paribhasa, it is stated that the immediacy of knowledge doesn't rest on its being caused by the sense organs. That is the most important thing to remember, and that is what makes Advaita philosophy different from other systems. Like here, the mind is not taken as an instrument like Nyaya philosophy. What we find that when we Nyayika So I would like to maybe share my PPT here. Yes. Can I do?
Are you sharing?
Yes, yes, sir. So 1 minute, just.
Please, yeah. Yes.
Yes,
Now,
just.
yes, we can see. We can see, but there is that outline. Okay. And you can put
Yes,
it
sir.
in slideshow.
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, very much, very much. Please go ahead.
Yes. So I'll just. So this is a kind of. So this is, in fact, this is the model in the two kinds of model we find in Indian epistemology. And one is Advaita Vedanta and Prabhakar school's model, that is Sota Pramanyavad model. And one is the Parata Pramanyavad model, and that is the extrinsic validity of knowledge. And because Nyaya is a realistic school, so that's why here what you find is they have given the importance to mind, primary importance to mind and its organs. And then what they generally do, that mind sees the object and brings it to back to the organs, the sense organs, and then send it to the self, and then knowledge takes place. So that is a kind of, though there is a four conditions are required, prameya, pramana, pramata, and pramitya. So mind here is an instrument. So everything is real here, and mind also is powerful. But in case of Advaita model, you find that when they talk about Sota Pramanyavad model or intrinsic validity of knowledge, so immediately they bring immediacy of knowledge. So that means they said that knowledge is an immediate cognition, sakyata, pratiti, pratyaksham. So that means the Brahman or Atman, the witness consciousness or pure consciousness, which I am talking about, if it is not there, then the whole system, the world doesn't exist. So Sankar has to prove the world. So that's why, so he has created a Pramana Vyavastha. And that's why to understand the theory of perception is important, that where the role of mind and its sense organs and the object are very limited. And everything is, in fact, everything is within the whole. And that because of the reflection, through the reflection in the Vedanta Paribhasa, because I'm following few texts, not many texts, and one is the Vedanta Paribhasa, and the one is 6 Methods of Knowledge by Swami Satprakasnan, and others are the 6 Ways of Knowing. So mind being closest to, Dharmaraj Advarendra said that mind being closest to the self, first receive the light from the self, and then mind is not an instrument as you find in case of Nyaya philosophy. So mind is here, it's a kind of organ, it's not an organ, it's a process which transmits the knowledge after receiving the knowledge from the Sakshi Chaitanya and pass it to sense indriyas, and also recognize the object. And that whole process is called the vritti, and that then the mental modification starts. So it is very important to understand the role of the mind in the all the systems, whether it is idealistic and realistic system. So, and perception is immediate cognition, and this makes place and functionality of the self most important, without which perception has no meaning. According to Advaita theory of perception, it is the Chaitanya within us that makes perception possible. The Chetana within us unites with Chetana intelligence in the object, and the result is perception. It doesn't follow from this that the mind and the senses are useless, for they serve the purpose of determining the special object of each sense. The Vedanta theory of perception is explained by the existence of a universal consciousness in which appears the empirical distinction of subject and object, meditated by a process of knowledge. According to the Vedanta, the only reality is Atman or Brahman, which is the supreme consciousness, and hence neither the subject nor the object nor their relation can exist outside the all apparent mode of superimposed on their transcendental being. The universal consciousness is modelized in empirical perception in three ways. So that's also very important to understand that how they have explained the epistemological process. And this process is not a reality. And once if you say Maya is a reality, then Brahma has no existence. And then it will not be, again, will fall back to a kind of realistic system, which Sankara has very carefully mentioned that the limitation is within the world and within the mind and its organs, but the limitation is not there even within the epistemological process, because since it's the Brahma Jnana and the valid recognition, and we are trying to establish the right knowledge. There also, I have a feeling that I may not, because Professor Nataraju is there, an expert, and other people are also there, so they can clarify my. I always believe that even within that Maya, then they are also the witness consciousness. Sakshi Chaitanya works like a witness consciousness, and that is why we are able to remove the duality or differences or the ego and false ego which we are having, because the reflection is always there. When the reflection started from the consciousness goes to the mind, and the mind also there is a the consciousness, as you can find, there are two, the example have given the two kinds of the birds, the simile of the two kinds of bird, one is eating the fruits and one is watching, and there that means there is also a kind of consciousness which is vibrant, which is powerful, which is Jyotisam Jyoti, works there within the Maya and remove the ignorance from our mind. And that is my summation. So the universal consciousness is modelized in empirical perception in three ways. One is Visaya Chaitanya, or the consciousness appearing under the mode of external object, which may be termed object consciousness. That is very essential, because that is the where we can have the experience of the empirical world, also the gross body. Praman Chaitanya, or the consciousness, appearing with the modes of the mental psychosis acting as the cognitive consciousness, and Pramiti Chaitanya, or the consciousness appearing through the mode of Antakaran and existing as the cognizing consciousness. All these three modes are really the one universal consciousness of the Atman, appearing to be conditioned by the object, the psychosis. So these are kind of things what you find that when we criterion of perceptuality, that again Dharmaraj or Dharendra will say that when we said perception and when we talk about the consciousness, and it identifies the three things that are regarding the physical object, Visaya Chaitanya, consciousness limited by jar, etc., is the consciousness associated with the object. Regarding the mental state, Pramanas, that limited by the mental state is the consciousness associated with the means of knowledge. That is also important to understand the experience of the world. Regarding the knowledge of self, that Pramiti is still there, that resulting cognition. So you see that even if there is a subject, there is an object, instruments are there, but still what is that if this portion, the Pramiti, is not there, that resulting cognition, then even if the Prameya, Pramana and Pramata, and then we cannot establish the right knowledge. So even here also you find that consciousness works to bring a kind of subject-object relationship. So all these three modes of universal consciousness of the Atman appearing to be conditioned by the object, the psychosis, and the internal organ itself. When one consciousness passes through these three relative modes valid for empirical existence, it goes by the names and the forms put one by these modes. The indeterminable absolute gets determined, as it were, by the three terms of the process, all of which rise simultaneously in the act of perception. The Vedanta theory of perception is that mind comes out to the eye and assumes the shape of the object outside. In the case of Advaita theory of perception, it is essential to understand the role of the mind, because if the mind is not there, and then the whole concept of that Brahma Maya relationship, or the empirical experience of the world, we cannot have that. So that's why there is a reason for distinguishing the mind, because here mind has a very limited role to play, not like other realistic school. Sorry. So manas, which cannot be more or less rendered as the mind, is an important faculty postulated in Advaita theory. Manas is not a sense organ. Like Naiyayikas, the reason for this denial is that such internal states as pleasure are completely mind-produced and are apprehended directly. Manas is not an independent. So here I would like to bring, just because there is no time, because so vast knowledge and I have limited knowledge. So, but still they talk about internal and external perception. And when they talk about internal and external perception, and they bring that even mind doesn't have a role to play in case of external perception. If the sense organs are not there, will not help mind. So the objective world cannot be defined. So there also the role of mind is very limited. The reason for this denial is that such internal states as pleasure are completely mind-produced and are apprehended directly. Manas is not an independent reality existing outside the subjective world. Advaita regards manas to be a part of complex, unified inner organs, which is termed antakaran, literally inner vehicle. Manas and antakaran are sometimes used interchangeably. Antakaran is described by Madhusudan Saraswati as being composed of 5 subtle elements, tanmatras, the subtle essences of earth, water, fire, air, ether, akasa, with the predominance of the latter over the former. According to the Nyaya school, mind is infinite. So here I'm bringing a comparative analysis of Nayayika's mind and the Advaita Vedant's mind. According to the Nyaya school, mind is infinitesimal, anu, partless and eternal. But in case of Advaita Vedanta, it is not, mind is finite. It's not infinite. So since it is infinitesimal and partless, it cannot be connected with more than one organ at a time. So in Nyaya view, an individual doesn't perceive more than one thing, even when all the 5 sense organs are connected with their respective object. In such a case, his mind may move so fast from one sense organ to another that it will appear to him that he perceives by them simultaneously. But according to Vedanta, mind is finite, that is of medium magnitude, so it can be connected with one or more organs at the same time. Therefore, a person can perceive different objects one after another or simultaneously. For instance, a student can listen to his teacher's words and see his face at the same time. Otherwise, you will miss the words while seeing him. Similarly, the 5 organs of action can operate one after another or simultaneously. Indeed, both types of organs can function together. Vedanta rejects the Nyaya theory of knowledge is a product that arises from the contact of the manas, the sense organs, with the object and connects with the self. D.M. Datta believes in the Vedanta theory of knowledge or consciousness is not a product. The antakaran mind can thus be regarded only as a factor in the modification of the already existing consciousness and not as an instrument in the generation of knowledge as the Naiyayikas and others suppose it to be. So why I'm telling that, why I'm bringing a comparison here, because what Advaita has done, nobody will do and able to do, because then the purity of the consciousness will go away. And that's why again and again we are talking about the pure consciousness. And once you bring as a kind of giving importance to mind, and the role of self will be limited, and then again there will be a problem identifying or establishing the theory of monism or Nirguna Brahma theory. Regarding the mental modification, a pertinent question was raised against the Advaita Vedanta. The mind being devoid of parts, how can there be a mental state, which is a modification? Replying to this question, Dharmaraj said that mind is not devoid of parts. For being a substance, while with a beginning, it must have parts, and that it has a beginning is proved by Shruti text. Quote, it projected the mind, Brihadaranya Upanishad, that the knowledge which is the mental state is an attribute of the mind, is borne out by the Shruti text. Desire, reserve, doubt, faith, want of faith, steadiness, same, intelligence, and fear, all these are about the mind. The word intelligence refers to the knowledge that is a mental state. So to understand the mental modification or the modal consciousness is very important. Otherwise, we'll miss the line. And as we are discussing, and we are keep on telling that this theory is abstract, and then this will happen because the carefully we have to see that consciousness is a kind of metaphysical entity here, epistemological entity. Also, it is a kind of entity which can transcend the limitations of the mind. Mind has a limitation and the organs have the limitation, but Sankaracharya is not saying that Jiva has a limitation. Jiva has a limitation as long as we are within the appearance or we are in the contradiction, we have a limitation. Once we remove the ignorance or the limitation from the mind, then Jiva becomes the Brahma. And then there is no difference. Then Aham Brahmasmi becomes Tattvamasi, then Sarvam Khalu Idam Brahma or the Pragyanam Brahma. So that the significance of the statements in Advaita Vedants are very important. Even also when he speaks about Sabda Pramad, he has said that how words have an apparent meaning and real meaning. So that is how we have to understand the mental modification. Even there is a role to play that Thatha Brahma Jigyasa, that there is a deliberation of Brahman. That means Brahma is a growth and growth in a positive sphere. And that is a kind of holistic development you find within the Advaita model, that not only talks about gives a scientific explanation of the empirical world, but also gives a kind of transcending our limitations and giving us a experience of the spiritual model through the Panchakosha theory. Already the previous speaker also spoke on that, and establishing the path for the self-realization, which is said to be the moksha. So perceptual knowledge is direct cognition or immediate apprehension, as pointed out by the Vedanta Paribhasa. Valid perceptual knowledge, according to Vedanta, is nothing but pure consciousness. And that's why for all perception, a vritti or psychosis of the antakaran is necessary, since perception is possible only when the universal consciousness is individualized by a limiting adjunct. A vritti is a function of the antakaran, is really indistinguishable from the later. The pramitir chaitanya or the consciousness conditioned by antakaran is said to flow like a ray of light to the object outside and take the form of the object by pervading it. This pervasion of the object by the mental vritti is called vritti vyapti. The antakaran vritti enters through the opening of the eye, removes the ignorance in regard to objects, assumes the shape and form of the objects, and presents the objects to our view. The function of the vritti is to removal of the veil or layer of ignorance that involves all objects. It is the consciousness of the Atman that illumines the vritti, and it is the transparency of the vritti and its proximity to the Atman that makes perception possible. And the Pramiti Chaitanya moving out as Pramana Chaitanya, cognitive consciousness, thus gets identified with Visaya Chaitanya, on which the object is superimposed. This identification is possible because the essential consciousness that underlies Pramiti, Pramana, and Visaya, as I have already said here, and
Madam,
Yes, I'm concluding, sir.
Yeah,
I just
please.
have to
Just
conclude.
overshot time. Yeah, please.
No, sir, I just bring the conclusion here because there is no point talking about whole theory here. However, my summation is that something which I would just on my slides. I also talk about how Adhyas is important in world is falsity and what we mean by world is falsity. Knowledge of Brahman is the only way to liberation. So all the speakers have already said, so I don't want to repeat that. So however, my summation is that the self in its transcendent aspect of self signing Chaitanya is responsible for the immediacy that we experience in perception, that it is the light of the self, luminous self, which imparts the immediacy to the object and the knowledge of the object. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very
Thank you so
insightful
much.
paper and with a lot of comparisons with the Nyaya philosophy. A very, informative, insightful, and critical paper. Thank you, madam. Thank you for this presentation. Yeah, I mean.
Thank you so much, sir. I
she
need
was
your
answering the
comment.
No, if she was answering the basic question you were answering, if there is to be interaction between Vishaya and Jiva, there must be some similarity. That's the basic question Shankara starts in Adhyasa Bhasha. And what could be that similarity? Either both have to be physical or both must be having consciousness. Otherwise, there can't be an interaction possible. And therefore, in Siddhanta Lesha Sangraha also, so the interaction between Jiva Chetana and Vishaya Chetana gets possible in a Brahmi Chetana. All this happens in a field of Brahmi Chetana. Both Vishaya Chetana and Jiva Chetana get into a kind of relationship. And you have brought in the whole role of mental states, of Vrittignana. Extremely, I mean, that's a well put position from Dharmaraja Dhurindra's text, the second chapter, probably after the Brahma discussions, there is a perception. I mean, extremely well put, ma'am. Dr. Prashant Shukla wants to make a point, or a question. Prashant ji, please.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a very illuminating presentation. I have two very brief queries, and it's just a sort of clarification which I sought from you. So the first is that when you started the paper, you referred to spiritualism, and later on you came to idealism with context to Shankara. So how do you differentiate between these two, that is spiritualism and idealism? The second thing is that once you compare the model of Advaita with that of Nyaya, why shouldn't I call it a category mistake? I mean, the idealist should be compared with the idealist and the realist should be compared with the realist. So I don't know. I'm a little bit confused at why have you pursued this particular kind of comparison. So just a sort of clarification from you. Thank you.
Yes, Prashant, thanks for your what I can say philosophical question which has no answer. But I'll try to give an answer to that. When you said that why do I talk about idealism and spiritualism? And I don't want to mix these two. See, I was trying to say that Shankar is an idealist, Advaita is an idealistic philosophy. And here, idealism works because we are not able to prove the Brahma or perceive the Brahma. As you can see that in the subjective idealism of Berkeley, when he says that if essays perceive, to be is to be perceived. So mind has to be there. If not my mind, somebody else's mind. So idealism is already there within the Advaita philosophy. And when it comes to the spiritualism, though I speak maybe not interchangeably, but spiritualism consciousness has one dimension which takes us to the spiritualistic model. It has a materialistic dimension. It also has a kind of other dimensions also, whatever, whether it is aesthetic or any other things which you want to see is there, because it is the totality, it is the full of knowledge, and knowledge doesn't mean that one kind of knowledge. So it is all the knowledge taken together. And when we talk about spiritualism, not necessarily I'm talking about the religion. So I only talk about, see, a kind of value loaded. then a concept is already added to that. And that's why we talk about Ananda, that waking state, dreaming state, deep sleep. And deep sleep is different from the experience of the transcendental experience, Turiya. So deep sleep may be आपके mind body है, gross body है, subtle body है. You do not experience. You said I slept well last night. Okay, but the mind and body is absent, but still the consciousness is moving. But that consciousness is there within the physical world or the empirical world. But so far as the Turiya is concerned or Anand state is concerned, unless you accept a higher state of consciousness, you cannot. And that there I use the word spiritualism, because that is a path
Thank
to
you, ma'am.
understand.
That explains. Thank you, ma'am. And there is one more hand somewhere. Who is sir?
Sudhir Bansal.
Yeah, please, sir. Sudhir.
Can you hear me? Namaskar.
Yes, please go ahead.
Madam, I think you might have stated that at the end of the last question, but my question was, is Turiya really a state of mind, or is it a quality of the mind? And when we realize, and the second question is, when we realize the real consciousness, what apparatus are we using according to the Advaita philosophy? If mind is an external agent, then how do I, what faculty or what instrument? I mean, is there an instrument? I mean, I understand that. How do I remove the avidya? How is avidya removed? What token what thing do I use for that?
Very brief, madam, very brief.
Yes, sir, I'll be, because I have a very limited knowledge, but so far as as you said, Turiya, so there is no mind. So mental level works till only the empirical level. But Turiya is another state where there is no mind, there is no subject of object duality, there is no relationship. It's Turiya. It's a Ananda Avastha which transcends all sort of limitations. And there is no mind. That is one thing, sir. My limited knowledge, I don't know. But second is that what you said, Advaita said that consciousness is self enough. Witness consciousness is enough to give you that state of realization every time, because nobody else is telling us this is right and wrong. And that's why Vedanta, the most fundamental question is that who am I? What is my existence? So it already the answer is that you are a self, and that self has the power to remove the all sort of ignorance, provided we accept. As long as you are in mind and the organs, then you cannot accept the role of self. But once you accept, remove the limitations of the mind and organs, and you see that you are a self, so self can realize the self, and self has the power. Sabhi to bole, light of all lights, jyotisam jyoti, ekam eva adityam, satyam jnanam anantam brahma. तो इससे और क्या चाहिए?
Good.
So that's,
Dr. Munmoon, you
Thank
have
you.
something, Dr. Munmoon. You teach perception and Dharmaraja Adhorian. No. Okay. We will move on to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. And just last, I just want to tell one statement of Sankaracharya. Sankaracharya said, to speak about Brahma means you are limiting Brahma. तो मैं नहीं बोल सकती हूँ ब्रह्म के बारे में, ब्रह्म ही बोल सकती.
The moment we bring Brahman into discussion, we are into dualism, we are into Vyavaharika Jagat, we are into, obviously, we already brought it. But that's how it is, that's how we do it. We cannot avoid it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we will move on to Sudhakar Jalliji. You are there, identity and difference. Please, 20 minutes. I mean, we are running late.
Okay, sir. Okay, I'm coming. Okay, sir.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. You are audible. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, I am audible. Am I audible, sir?
It's very much, very much. It's clear. Video and audio both are clear. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. In this session, first and foremost, I my warm regards all of you, esteemed chair of this session. So, audible. Okay, esteemed chair of this session and all participants here. So, the title of my topic is Identity and Difference, Vedantic Philosophical Significance. In this context, my aim and objective is to explore identity and difference are explained in different philosophical systems, Vedantic philosophical system. As you know, the inherent nature of Vedantic philosophy is only through the articulation of diverse opinion, viewpoints, that the truth will finally come out. This reality is neither identity nor difference nor both. Each and every Vedantic philosophy stands its own philosophical significance viewpoints. The knowledge is identity or difference. Regarding this issue, the controversy has become classic. The arguments, counter arguments, and philosophical implications have been discussed again and again. And to know the truth on the basis of arguments, reason-based arguments, counter arguments, and philosophical implications have been discussed again and again in different Vedantic philosophical systems. In this context, my aim and objective is to explore different Vedantic philosophy, the systems like Advaitavada of Shankar, Visishta Advaitavada of Ramanuja, Dvaitavada of Madhva, Dvaitadvaita of Nimbarka, and Shuddhadvaita of Vallabha. So the entire theistic Vedantins, the entire philosophical systems, so clearly mention that yes, actually, each and every system stands its own philosophical perspective with their arguments. Actually, first and foremost, we should discuss first Acharya Shankar's philosophy. Shankar has rightly pointed out that the absolute can be realized through knowledge and knowledge alone. Removal of a sense of duality, removal of the sense of duality or plurality is the aim and objective of Advaitic philosophy. He lays utmost emphasis upon that absolute as a bare identity. There is no duality, no diversity at all. To know the reality, he makes a difference between intellect and intuition. Finite intellect is not on the basis to know the reality, but we can realize it by our pure intuition. It is the fact that if intellect stands condemned, must be rectified by another intellect. If an argument is found defective, that must be rectified by another argument. I quote from Saharika's Saririka Bhasya that etadapihi tarkena apratishtatvam tarkeneva pratistapyat. According to Acharya Shankar, though difference is a final necessity, it is not ultimately real. That is why all types of differences like one and many, being and not being, qualified and unqualified, knowledge and ignorance, action and inaction, active and inactive, fruitful and fruitless, seedful and seedless, teacher and pen, middle and not middle, sunya and asunya, unity and plurality, etc. All these differences do not apply to absolute. So identity is the important portion in Acharya Shankar philosophy. To establish the philosophical significance, he stated that existence and consciousness are one. The real is rational and the rational is real. Satyeva bodha, bodha eva cha satta. I quote this from Saririka Bhasya. He also asserts that if things and ideas are presented together, it doesn't mean they are identical. To be perceived by the mind is not to be the person of the mind. Shankar has repeatedly proclaimed that. So, knowledge means knowledge of unity. One who sees unity, so he is able to achieve his ultimate goal. Otherwise, he falls in the ignorance. So, just like the light and the darkness, knowledge and action both are polar concepts. Knowledge is not mental activity simply because it depends on not knowledge is not mental activity simply because it depends not on mind but on the existent fact. Brahmanam vasutantram na purusam vyapa. There are some other philosophical significance of Acharya Shankar's philosophy. So, entire system of Acharya Shankar's philosophy clearly mentions that unity is one. So, identity is the focal concept in Acharya Shankar's philosophy. Now, coming to Ramanuja philosophy, Visishta Advaitavada of Ramanuja philosophy. Acharya Ramanuja has proclaimed that discrimination is essential to all knowledge. Knowledge is both a substance as well as attribute, self-luminous and self-conscious. It is never for itself. Knowledge can reveal both itself and its object. In its philosophical doctrine, he emphasized that pure identity and pure difference are alike unreal. The description pure being and pure nothing shows that the philosophical significance of Ramanuja and Hegel has same footing. Of course, it is not the right time regarding that. So, it is also it is not the debatable issue in this context. Which one is earlier and which one philosophy later? But the point is the very important point to note that it is worthwhile to remember that actually. So, Acharya Shankar's philosophy and the philosophy of Hegel both have same footing. According to Ramanuja, absolute is an organic unit. That is why he proclaimed that identity which is qualified by difference. Discrimination and determination are absolutely essential to knowledge. Pure identity is a mere abstraction. This is a very important aspect of a Visishtadvaitavada of Ramanuja. His description regarding Tattvatraya, Achit, Chit, and Ishwar signifies that three things as ultimate as ultimate as real. Knowledge is regarded both substance as well as attribute. It can reveal both itself and its object. Every judgment is synthesis of a distance. From the logical perspective, he has rightly pointed out that subject and predicate are different meaning refer to the same substance. If S and P are absolute difference, the judgment S and P would be impossible. If S and P are absolutely identical, the judgment S and P would be mere tautology. That is why he said that pure identity and pure difference are alike in abstractions. The typical example here he rectifies that Devadatta, that this and Devadatta seen at present and that Devadatta seen at past. Here it is claimed that the person seen in the present and the person seen in the past refers to the same person, Devadatta. Similarly, the Upanishad is saying Tattam Asi, that thou art, means that the two complexes, that and thou, are identical, that though they have different meanings, yet they refer to same substance. According to Shankar, in the state of a mukti, individual soul is identical with the Brahman. Jive Brahmaiva Navar. But here, Ramanuja stated that even if in the state of liberation, Jiva is not identical with Brahman. It is only similar to Brahman. That is Brahman. That is called Brahman Prakara. In the context of knowledge and error, actually there is no identity or fundamental difference between the Advaitavad of Shankar and Visishta Advaitavad of Ramanuja. Shankar rightly pointed out that the illusory is sublated by phenomenal and later by transcendental. So Acharya Shankar in this context said that all apprehension is real, Jathartham Sarpikyan. The way we acquire knowledge means the way we acquire more complete and perfect knowledge. Jathartham Sarpikyanam. Ramanuja in the that is why Ramanuja theory of error is regarded as Jathartha Khyati, Sat Khyati, Akhyati Sambalita Sat Khyati, non-apprehension come apprehension of reality. So that is why Ramanuja philosophy, the logical, the distinction between truth and error is not only logical but practical. It's not logical but practical. So in this perspective, my intention is that actually Acharya Shankar's philosophy and the philosophy of Ramanuja philosophy, when Acharya Shankar has given much more importance towards knowledge, on the other hand, as the Western philosopher, Ramanuja has proclaimed that so he bhakti, or in his philosophical doctrine, he added bhakti. So that is why it is stated that actually both two systems have opposite view regarding identity and difference. So coming to Madhva philosophy, after the fundamental description of Acharya Shankar's philosophy and the philosophy of Ramanuja, now we will discuss, throw some light towards Madhva philosophy. Madhvacharya philosophy is regarded as a unqualified dualism and the champion of unqualified dualism, and he is also known as born of Acharya Shankar. He has emphasized that difference is true, and philosophical doctrine known as Atyanta Veda Darshan of Ramanuja, Madhva philosophy. Each Veda Darshan is meaningful when he said that attributes are absolutely real. That is why he raised his voice against the relation of inseparability, that is called apruthakasiddhi. In its philosophical doctrine, Ramanuja stated that qualitative monism and quantitative pluralism of soul, on the other hand, Madhva advocated that both qualitative and a quantitative pluralism of souls. His aim and objective is to describe here no two souls are alike in nature. In the state of liberation, Shankar said that identical relationship between soul and absolute. Ramanuja proclaimed that not identical but with similar Brahma Prakar. But here Madhva emphasized that no identical, no similar, but difference. So, like Mimamsakas, Madhva upholds the intrinsic validity of knowledge, and knowledge reveals the knower and known in independently real. So, coming to here, Nimbarka philosophy, we know both difference and non-difference, according to Nimbark, both difference and non-difference are natural and equally real. There is neither absolute identity nor absolute difference, but identity and difference. Here, Bolhachar in this context offered a theistic interpretation on the Vedantic philosophy that which differs from the interpretation of Shankar, Ramanuja, and here Madhva also. According to Bolhacharya, absolute is independently real and personified as Lord Krishna. He also emphasized his philosophical doctrine with the help of Pushti Marga. Earlier speakers have clearly mentioned that what about the Pushti Marga? It is not due to some sort of time, it is not the to define clearly what is the Pushti Marga, what is that. But my intention is to define here Vallabhacharya. So Suddhaditya Vallabha has rightly pointed out that yes, what absolute is independent reality and personified as Lord Krishna. So the entire theistic Vedantists, they have clearly mentioned that. So what is you what? So each and every system stands its own philosophical perspective with the argument, own philosophical argument. If an argument found defective, the entire edifice of the philosophical doctrine will be collapsed. That is why, and it is very fact to define that, yes, each and every system has one philosophical perspective. It cannot be possible to say that so one is defective and another is correct. No, that's certain that is not possible. So the aim and objective of all Vedantic philosophical system is that culmination of knowledge is the intrinsic nature of a Vedantic philosophy. All region-based Vedantic philosophical schools, so doctrines are true unless proved otherwise. So all region-based Vedantic philosophy doctrines are true, valid, their own philosophical perspective. So it can be one system cannot be proved otherwise if there is not found any sort of a defective. So my aim and objective is what to with the help of identity and a difference. So all other philosophy, all theistic Vedants have clarified with their intellectual capacity. So with this, on account of time, I think it's the right time to conclude my philosophical, my description. So thank you all. This is
Sudhakar Jaliji. Thank you so much. Thank you.
regarding Vedantic philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We can end the slideshow.
Yes.
Anybody
yes, okay,
has any
okay.
comment, or
Okay,
somebody would like to comment on it? Was a bird's eye view of all the philosophical schools. Raghunatha is moving to have a comment.
Yeah.
Please, sir.
So, Professor Jali, very good comments you have made. But I have some problem with me. What is your contribution to that? It's mere a history of Vedanta philosophy. What you have given, that is the history of identity and difference of Vedanta philosophy. What is your contribution to that? I know that each and every philosophical system is justified unless objected by someone. This is the philosophical business. But what is your contribution in Vedantic philosophy? That part I want to know. Because in Ramanuja, when you come from Shankara, Ramanuja Sajatiya Bhedo and Vijatiya Bhedo is accepted, but not the Sagata Bhedo. That's why there is identity in difference. So each and every system has got. And why you left Achinta Veda Vedbad? That is also one system, very strong system. But this is, I think, a kind of history of Advaita, of Vedanta philosophy. But your contribution, I want to know.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for your very vivid, nice observation. Actually, so far as my knowledge goes, so due to the time frame, so I think 5 philosophical Vedantic philosophical systems are sufficient to present here, and it is very important point to note that actually in very typical two words are there. My aim and objective with the 2 fundamental words. I should explore the five theistic Vedantins. Actually, identity or difference. With this perspective, with this viewpoint, I am trying to explore the 5 philosophical systems. Okay, and other Achinta Veda of and the philosopher of Chaitanya. We should explore, define if it
Thank you.
is
Sudhakarji, thank you. It's all right. I mean, it was.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. We will move on to the next speaker. Prashant Shuklaji, you're there? Yeah. Prashant Shuklaji will speak on experiential argument within the philosophical discourse. How do you bring in the experiential argument into philosophical discourses? Prashant Shuklaji, please.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this 26th International Congress of Vedanta for providing me this platform and esteemed gentry of audience. As our chair, sir, has already said, the title of the paper is Using Experiential Argument in a Philosophical Discussion, particularly with reference to a critical exposition of the Advaitin tradition. Now, why I have chosen this topic is that I was going through a critical history of Greek philosophy by W.T. Stace, and Stace, along with some other commentators like Albert Schweitzer and Dale Rieck, make some critical remarks on the nature of Indian philosophy. And I believe, as they talk about Indian philosophy, they always keep in mind the Vedantin tradition. They do say Indian philosophy is a kind of merger of philosophy, religion, culture, and whatnot, but it is not philosophy for three particular reasons. They say this is because the so-called Indian philosophy, and I consider it in bracket as the Vedantin tradition, it is soteriological in nature, which means moksha is always there in the backdrop. It is poetical and metaphorical in nature, which they consider as a drawback of philosophical discussion. And then they say most of the time the Advaitins become transcendental, and this is a kind of lacuna because of which they cannot talk about morality and ethics. Now, this was something which was in the back of my mind when I started this paper. So I would try to be as brief considering the time scarcity. Oriental philosophy, especially the Indian knowledge system, has always been a dynamic meeting place of contradictory philosophical and sometimes religious viewpoints, including those originating from the Upanishadic tradition and those originating from the opposition to the traditions. These contending schools of philosophy realized the need to formulate newer and refined argumentative techniques so as to put their respective philosophical positions on public forums as well as in writings that would be examined and evaluated by a relatively wide intellectual populace. Such discursive atmosphere encouraged several significant rhetorical strategies and tactics for propagating one's own philosophical worldview, what we prefer to call as darshan. Well, in such an intellectual backdrop, Advaita Vedanta of Shankar can be seen as an interesting case study that arguably reaches the culmination of the philosophical wisdom. Shankara, as we all know, traveled widely across ancient India, establishing centers of wisdom along the way with the name of Math, while posing constructive arguments against the rivals from other tradition, that is the Sangha. This he did by asserting his unique style of philosophizing, which got due recognition from the commentators as, quote unquote, the most important and interesting one which has ever arisen on Indian soil. The methodology and the tools employed by Shankara seem to be of special interest for a philosophic mind, unlike the usual intuitive, mystical, and soteriological image of the Indian thoughts as alleged by the Western commentators. Shankara seemed quite devoted to the method of presenting consistent rational arguments and countering objections, though at point he employs the potent technique of using rhetorics to furnish his philosophical arguments that are said to be about knowledge of what is ultimately real. It can be said that his major challenge is how to argue a point that transcends language by still employing the linguistic means. Shankar responds to this challenge by recognizing the significance of the so-called experiential argument that values the individual experience in the determination of the argument's truth or reasonableness. This particular approach can be contrasted to the formally structured argument that is said to have a truth value irrespective of the listener or reader's individual experiences related to it. Well, I believe that is why we cannot compare the Western formal logic with the Indian Tarka Shastra, which is supposed to be of the material nature. So again, that would be a kind of class or category mistake. So the challenge centers on how one can argue a point that is beyond language, that also by using the linguistic means. Shankara, like other thinkers in the classical Indian philosophical tradition, answers this sort of challenge by incorporating what can be called as an experiential argument, which means arguments that provoke and depend on the experience of the listeners or maybe readers in the evaluation of the argument's truth or reasonableness. Such an approach can be distinguished from abstractly valid and schematized form of argument that can have a truth value regardless of the specific listeners. So this paper will examine some of the trends of experiential argument in Indian text and how they are used to make points that transcend language. Hereby, I am interested in a purely philosophical and argument-based approach that still recognizes listeners' experience in the assertion of a certain viewpoint. Thus, I will attempt to evaluate the interesting case of Shankaracharya, who makes much use of reasoned argument to expound and guard scriptural texts and claims. What is fascinating, though, is how and why, while posing a consistent argument, one finds recurring analogies and examples. Why does he continually appeal to such sources of proof? How do they function in a rhetorical manner? What will be argued is that examples and analogies are used appropriately, not because they accurately represent the word of Brahman, but simply because they provide a sense of involvement, a sense of belongingness to the listener in an experience that clarifies the claim that is being made about the nature of a subject stalking an illusion to be real. Thus, these examples and analogies, as well as type of first person address, form crucial components of his message in both form and content. Now here, an avid reader might ask, why does he prefer this kind of argumentative technique over others? For this, we have to understand the milieu of Indian philosophical discourse operative at that particular time, where the Buddhists, the Jainas, the Mimamsakas were interpreting and using different kind of tools at the same time to assert their understanding. By the time of Shankaracharya, major patterns of thought in proper and contrary traditions, such as Buddhism, has gathered some inertia. As with many things in the Indian intellectual history, however, the prevalence of a wide variety of content and viewpoints complicated matter for those who wanted to harmonize and solidify the strands of Indian philosophy stemming from Vedanta. Shankar was one such thinker, and he fully carried the burden of the term Vedanta, literally meaning the culmination of the Vedic understanding. As Govind Pandey puts it, quote unquote, Shankara reflects that particular combination of orthodoxy and radicalism which is characteristic of the truly great reformer. And I'd like to draw your attention to the word reformer here. Contrary to the Buddhists, Shankaracharya tries to maintain that Upanishads are correct in their revelation that the self of a person is the same as the underlying foundation of reality, that is Brahman. Contrary to the Indian philosophers that argued for a separate theistic God, Shankaracharya asserted that at base, Brahman was without division even from the individual creature. Against schools such as the Mimamsakas, Shankar argued that rituals and their performance were not the important aspect in reaching moksha, but instead that mere knowledge that Atman is Brahman was sufficient enough to remove the illusion of individuation. As Satyapal Verma puts in the role of reason in Shankar Vedanta, quote unquote, Shankara's main aim, which he wishes to fulfill through his critique of rival theory, is neither dialectical nor cosmological. Rather, it is, in our opinion, metaphysical in nature. While these other schools employed tactics grounded in fairly rational argument, Shankara's text So, the rhetoric of this period of India, while Shankar represents, can be tagged not merely as oriented towards persuasive ends, but can be seen as an educative rhetoric. His point was to educate and enlighten individuals such that they could then educate others in a continuation of the Sutra Parampara. That is why Shankara continues the use of reasoned argument in his writing and commentaries on the vital text. He also employs appeal to experience in ways the other traditions do not. So the position this paper attempts to take is that his use of certain rhetorical devices in his argumentative text is not merely a superfluous rhetorical mean. Instead, the position he is arguing for necessitates such tactics and strategies, since these methods provide experience to his listeners who are then involved in the authentication of that particular position. Shankar faced an interesting challenge during his lifetime. As we know, the Buddhists were still attacking the reading of self that Shankar wished to defend and emphasize from the Upanishadic heritage, and other schools loyal to the ancient Shruti text still insisted on emphasizing bodily actions. So on one side were the Buddhists with their doctrine of Anatman, on the other side were the Mimamsakas talking about the obligations of individual selves. Shankar tries to maintain a position where he was striving to convey to his audience, which is a difficult one, and is committed to the following basic points. What is ultimately real is Brahman, oneself, or Atman is the self of all. The world of individuation and change is illusory, and knowing the truth about Brahman is efficacious in destroying the illusions. For Shankar, all the suffering and transmigration associated with life was caused by a failure to understand this particular kind of illusion. In one of his popular texts, Upadesh Sahasri, he quickly makes his point in the first few verses. He says, quote unquote, karmas produce association with the body. When there is association with the body, pleasant or unpleasant, things are inevitable. From these result passion and aversion, and from them actions. Thus, this transmigratory existence rolls onward powerfully forever like a wheel. Shankara is not just referring to reincarnation here. His point is larger one, that our continuing identification of the self with the empirical body is the only fertile ground of all our struggles and eventual suffering. This is a difficult point to argue, of course, primarily due to the fact that most people readily adhere to the belief that they are individuated from other selves and their actions do matter. Shankar pushes the path of knowledge as it does not presuppose action and is individuated constituents. Shankar is clear that action is a vicious circle insofar as it presupposes commitments to doership, namely that this individual self is acting. Trying to become enlightened merely gets one deeper into the pool of illusion. Shankara's self-imposed rhetorical challenge concerns how to argue the point that all individuation is illusory and that one's Atman is the Atman of all. So here, the experiential argument becomes important. Shankar commonly employs the tactic which I will refer to as experiential argument, which becomes quite explicit in his Turiyavastha. Many commentators find this example problematic in a similar way to the rope snake analogy, the Rajju Sarpa Samyanumana. I will argue, however, that it serves an important rhetorical purpose in being a possibility instantiation example. That is, an example that calls upon an experience or provokes an experience in a listener to demonstrate the possibility of some state. In Shankara's case, he will call upon various states of human ontology to show the possibility of realizing the non-dual states of being. In various places, Shankara analyzes the states of human beings into four states. We all know Jagrat, Swapana, Sushupti, and Turiyavastha. Now, the key point to this method is that the first two states, that is Jagrat and Swapna, imply a separation between objects. In the first case, it is object of sense experience. In the second, it is remembered object of sense experience. Thus, one has certain experiences in life concerning, for the sake of example, the big house in his dream. Such a subject may imagine owning such a house as seen only in movies. But both cases involve a certain relationship between an object and a subject. And in Shankara's schema, both would involve a sort of fundamental superimposition of individuating qualities on Atman or Brahman. It is the third stage, that is Sushupti, which is the key part of this argument, as it shows that one has experienced a state of being that is closer to that of the fourth stage, the Turiya, a state with no object, no subject, and no activity driven by ideas and desires. One remembers the blissful night's sleep not because of his experiencing it as a subject, but instead as a period of non-duality in midst of individuated waking and dreaming state. Shankara uses this series of states that most have experienced in another way as well. Dreamless sleep is not merely used to show the possibility of a state of non-dual experience. It is also used in an argument to show the unreality of the waking world. So this whole overall strategy to show the world of individuated objects and subjects as illusion and ontological state between something that is real and something that is unreal. For Shankara, the conditions under which the word and its enticement will be subrated deal with the knowledge of Atman and Brahman. And it is here where, with the help of experiential knowledge, Shankar tries to make a connection with the pupils, the listeners, or the audience. Now, I'm coming to the last section of this argument, which is the critical evaluation. Well, much is built into this argument that could be objected to, foremost of which is the criterion of the real, that which can never be contradicted. This connects to the standard Advaitin criterion of the unreal or the false, that which can be contributed or shown to be something else. The problem for Shankar with the dream state is that upon waking, its object, its actions and accomplishments are shown to be unreal. Nothing was really seen, so nothing was really done. Shankara makes this point in such verses as everything comes from nescience, neti neti. So this word is unreal, for it is seen by one who has nescience and is not perceived in the state of deep sleep, as referred to in Upadesha Sahasri. One remembers here that there are several criticisms as well. Of course, one could object that one is remembering is false, one actually had dreams, but simply doesn't remember them upon waking, and thus judges that the night of sleep to be dreamless. This is an epistemological objection to Shankara's dreamless sleep example, and is the argument against this position is given particularly by Professor H.S. Prasad, the retired professor from Delhi University, in his famous article, Dreamless Sleep and Soul, a controversy between Vedanta and Buddhism. Professor Prasad asserts here, quote unquote, Shankara asserts his claim about a sleep state and a deep sleep state on the basis of a prior argument, that is, scriptural statement, and empirically analogous, which are all guided by metaphysical and religious presuppositions. This leads Professor Prashad to claim that they are epistemologically and empirically impossible to establish. As was the case in the rope snake analogy, one who thinks of this device as a logical proof of some descriptive point about the world will be disappointed. If one sees the dreamless sleep example as a rhetoric device and as an experiential argument, then one can see how and why it operates in Shankara's writing. Once one sees that the existence of a state of non-dual being is not
Dr.
impossible.
Shukla, please, sorry for interruption.
Just last
Concluding
slide,
remark.
sir.
Yeah, we're running.
One can then begin to understand and accept a point Shankara pushes in terms of being enlightened here and in this world. Like one sleeping in a dreamless state, one could appear to be individuated, yet not really be experiencing a world of objects and subjects. This is necessary, of course, insofar as his position on what is ultimately real is non-dualistic in nature. Atman, Brahman. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashantji. Thank you so much. No, a lucid paper and an exposition of experiential argument as part of a philosophical discourse. Dr. Jayanti ji has some observation in the chat box. And meanwhile, anybody else has a very short comment or observation question, will do.
Professor Nataraju, I would tell something.
Please, sir. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
So thank you, Dr. Shukla, for your nice presentation. Just in the beginning, you started with a statement which is very much hard. You told that in Vedanta, there is no question of morality, no ethical question. I would like to differ from your own standpoint. So, quoting Vivekananda, I will tell that our morality starts tattena bhunjitha, that is enjoyment through renunciation. This is the moral statement which is based on, this is the conclusion, based on the premise Ishavarsamidang sarvam. Without having the knowledge of oneness, we cannot have morality. This is the one question. Secondly, if you see the Upanishad Pramanam, Vedanta Namo Upanishad Pramanam, there is also Matri Deva Bhavo, Pitri Deva Bhavo, Otithi Deva Bhavo, Acharya Deva Bhavo. And Vivekananda added to Doridra Deva Bhavo, Murkha Deva Bhavo. All these are ethical questions. So we cannot tell that Vedanta is free from ethics. And whatever is Loka Sangraha, the acts of Jivan Mukta, all are ethical works. So I think this is the only point. Otherwise, everything is okay. Thank you very much for your nice.
I'm so sorry, sir. Maybe I was not able to make clear myself. It was merely used as a Purapaksha, the Khandan of which was presented in the paper. So that was not my position at all. But thank you for your valuable remarks, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Shukla was actually referring to the European critics who say that Vedanta lacks ethical portion, which is answered in the Eastern religions and Western philosophy, which was a PhD thesis of Dr. S. Radhakrishnan. He answers it at a length in that book. Anyway, Mitali says, considering the experiential argument, is Advaita Vedanta suitable as a method of philosophical counseling to demonstrate the possibility of Brahma Vidya or knowledge of non-duality in the present day of society?
Do I have
Yeah.
the permission to respond, sir?
Please, do go ahead. Brief.
Mitali ji, a very interesting thing, as you must have gone through the writings of Ran Lahau or Gerd Achenbach. The philosophical counseling is of two kinds, that is the short term and the long term. So for the short term, of course, I would prefer Yam Nachiketa Samvad or maybe Yagyavalk Samvad. But for the long term or the long scope philosophical counseling, I believe Advaita Vedanta is the most appropriate way of doing things. And I'm just wondering why people are not coming to Advait Vedant for using a long scope or the broad scope of philosophical counseling. So it's a very appropriate observation. Thank you for your remark.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Prashantji. We will move on to the last paper of the day. We have a Sri Lankan response to Indian Buddhist philosophers or philosophy. Yeah. Kalpana Kumariji, you are there, Kalpana Kumariji. Very interesting. Very eager to know the Sri Lankan response.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Am I audible to you?
Please, yes.
At first, I would like to say, yes, sir. At first, I would like to say thank you to Balram sir, Sukilyan sir, for organizing this 66 Vedanta conference and allowing me to participate in this conference. And I'm gonna speak about my topic is Sri Lankan scholars' response to Indian Buddhist philosophy. And first, why Indian Buddhist philosophy? Why in because India is the place where Buddhist philosophy originated and it became widespread to other countries also. So Buddhism was the one of the philosophies that originated and widely practiced over the world. It rose to its peak during Asoka's time, who introduced Buddhism in Sri Lanka by sending scholars. First his son and later on his daughter he sent to Sri Lanka to spread Buddhism there. The light of Buddhism may have originated in India, but it survived in Sri Lanka with the efforts of Buddhist scholars. As we know, India and Sri Lanka are closely related from the geographical location, but as Buddhism originated, the practices started in India, it attracted scholars from other countries also. Because of that, Sri Lankan scholars came in India to more know about Indian philosophy, and they want to visit the original places where Buddha lived and preached. That's the main attraction for other scholars. That is the basic reason. And also there are business routes through which scholars used to come and go. That's the how that is Buddhist philosophy went outside of India. The ideology of Buddhism became popular and arrived in Sri Lanka by Indian monks and received by Sri Lankan royals with welcoming heart. The very aim of my paper is to draw to speak about how Sri Lankan scholars responded to Indian philosophy. What they feel is there any reflection and what kind of elements they have in their culture. They feel what they how they responded towards Buddhist philosophy. As one of the scholars who last year in India, very famous, Venerable Murdene Dharm Ratna Thero. He has spoken about that in AI News Journal. We know that AI News article. We know that Emperor Asoka's son Arhat Mahindra introduced Buddhism to Sri Lanka. From that day to up to now, Buddhism is the main religion in Sri Lanka. That is how Sri Lankan scholars responded to Indian Buddhist philosophy. They have accepted, they have taken that Buddhist philosophy from India, or how it entered in Sri Lanka from the son of Sri Asoka. He sent Mahindra to spread that Buddhist philosophy in Sri Lanka, which is accepted by the king of Sri Lanka with welcoming heart. First, he converted in Buddhism. Later, he allowed Mahindra to establish monastery in Sri Lanka. He provided the place where he can establish a monastery. And later on, as accepted by the Dhamratna Thero scholar, not only from what they have attained from Buddhism, not only the things, especially only religion, but also our education and other techniques. We got a lot from Buddhism, so we greatly appreciate the situation. we always respect India as a Buddhist motherland. It means scholars have seen the India as definitely as a motherland of Buddhism, and from here it went outside, and also as our elder brother of Sri Lanka, because India always helped us. At present, we have economic troubles going on. That is the quotation. That is the statement of the Murdeniya Dhamratna, who visited India last year, and he has spoken about this thing, how he felt about Buddhism, and at the literature of and how Indian Buddhism influenced the Sri Lankan literature, and scholars how they responded. Sri Lanka's scholars who came to India to know more about Buddhism and to study scriptures, they visited Indian monasteries, explored Indian subcontinent, also took the tradition prevalent at that time in their writing, as can be seen the writing of famous Buddhist scholars who were present at that time, as the literature at that time was mainly written in Sanskrit and Pali language, and the help of Indian interpretation was sought. This was the first reason of many interactions between Indian and Sri Lankan scholars regarding Buddhism, which led translations in Sinhala language. As it is, I already told you when Mahendra reached in Sri Lanka, then mostly the Buddhist scriptures at Katha were in Pali language, so definitely there is need of translations. So first king ordered what is the first challenge of that time scholars who are nuns and Buddhist scholars. They have to translate those in their own language. Otherwise, mostly Buddha's lectures were in oral method. That's why they have to remember, memorize all those lectures in their own language. But first, they have to translate them in from Pali to their Sinhala language. So they have tried to. That time it became that a kind of criteria who have known the Pali language, and that kind of person is recognized as a scholar. Not only Pali language, later on Sanskrit language is also introduced there. Then the scholar started to learn Pali and Sanskrit. So Pali is not that much different for the Sanskrit scholars, because the new kind of language developed there, Sanskritized Pali language. So there are reference of two scholars in this archaeological survey of sorry, it's not in that history of Buddhism in Ceylon. There is this reference is given of the two scholars name Dingakarian and Kapil, who are very well known in that language, and they became the scholar at that time. They are recognized because of their scholarship, because they have knowledge of this Pali language and Sanskrit. That's how this Buddhism entered there, how they it influenced the scholars who are there, and it became like as a parameter who can be regarded as scholar, who have knowledge of Pali and Sanskrit language altogether. But later on there, these Atkathas also developed in Sinhal Atkatha, local language, where they used to speak a Sinhal language. It later developed in Sinhal Atkatha also. As it is seen in the as the literature that time was mainly written in Sanskrit in Pali language, and that's why the Indian scholars helped them to translate those, and Sri Lankan scholars responded how they responded to the Buddhist literature which arrived there with Mahindra. And now Sri Lanka and India both are known for their indigenous philosophy of Buddhism, respectively, which was molded into what it is by immeasurable contribution of respective intellectuals who visited India or Sri Lanka to study and promote Buddhism. And my this paper is an effort to hark back the halcyon days of Indian Buddhism, how it signed in scholarly jewels of India. And now comes how just at the beginning, how with the Mahindra and Sanghamitra, the Buddhism arrived in Sri Lanka. After that, how the Sri Lankan scholars came here, from where we get this kind of references. There's a right now I am this in there is Priyag Prasasti in Allahabad, which is dedicated to Samudragupta. there is this reference about the bravery of Samudragupta, how he ruled, and there is no one who can go against him. And everybody who wants to do something here, he has to take permission of Samudragupta. There is a reference of one king making from Sri Lanka, Megvarman. He sent two monks in India to visit Bodh Gaya. Bodh Gaya is very popular place, as we know, for Buddhism, for all over the world. Then two monks came here to study and to visit that Bodh Gaya place. But at first they were not they responded in that welcoming way by the monasteries of local Bodh Gaya. Later, Megvarman requested Samudragupta to with gifts. He sent gift with those two monks and requested him to allow them to make a monastery in Bodh Gaya. Later on, they were allowed to make monastery, and how it started. Now they became a popular place for Sri Lankan scholars also. And as I know, कि both countries are situated in geographical locations very close to each other and also associated to each other from the ancient epic Ramayana times also. The teachings of Lord Buddha made all human boundaries to vanish and make people to come together. The order of Buddhism, how this Bhagwan Buddha's four Arya Satyas Sarvamay Dukhmay hai. So how this kind of thing may attracted Sri Lankan scholars also. There is reference of one scholar from the Prakhyat Kirti in the article of Samud Dharm Ratna. There is name of the one scholar Prakhyat Kirti. Why he came to India? He wants to be liberated from that kind of human miseries, and he want to attain that Buddhahood kind of condition. Then how he was impressed by the teachings of Buddha that he thought that coming to Bodh Gaya and visiting those places and by he was a very pious person, but he want to gain that kind of liberation and Buddhahood. As Buddha himself priest said that ki Atam Dipo Bhav, know thyself, don't try to follow me. That kind of teaching we can see ki how Sri Lankan scholars responded, how they came to India and visited those places where Buddha got nirvana and born and brought and give teachings and all those things. Then in this way, how they are affected and how they responded coming to India and visiting those places. Even today we are seeing those kind of things. So that kind of thing happened when Sri Lankan scholars get to know about Buddhism and when they came to India. Sri Lanka hasn't remained untouched from the unfathomable knowledge of Buddhism, which is received by Sri Lankan people with respect. And this philosophy also developed a different feeling in their heart, which helped them to conquer over difficult situations. This is right true, and another scholars are also from Buddhist Thero who has spoken about this, ki how they go to know about it, all these things. He has spoken. Another scholar name is Most Vulnerable Mukuleve Vimal Mahanaike Thero. He has spoken about this, ki the Buddhist philosophy was born in India and Buddha lived in India. So, according to history, the Buddha visited the only foreign land, and that is Sri Lanka. He visited Sri Lanka 3 times during Emperor Asoka's time. He sent Buddhist missionaries like his own son and daughter to Sri Lanka, and they established Buddhist rule and culture. Since then, we have been sharing the same culture and tradition. Now we have become a Buddhist country. Because of that, he said, this is why another Thero Buddhist scholar. He also visited in December. This is also from the ANI news article where their response is recorded in it. Mostly which tradition is practiced in Sri Lanka? Mostly Theravada tradition is mostly practiced by the 70% of people in Sri Lanka practice Theravada tradition. It is also recorded in the first when the Sri Lankan scholars came to India and who practice and stayed here. They try to, who are in close connection over here, local kings. They try to influence others also to follow their traditions instead of Mayan tradition. That is also one thing. In the beginning they are not given that much importance, but later on when in Odisha also how they came to from the South India. Also, there is this from the how they came to India and how what connections they established with the kings and how they are allowed to stay there and what kind of permission they are given and what kind of luxuries they got. This is why also recorded by different scholars. Indian Buddhism found its place in Sri Lanka through the devotion of Indian King Asoka, and definitely, thus the traces of one sect of Buddhism is preserved in Sri Lankan scholars' writing, which is composed in Sinhala language, as Digal scholar describes. Mahayana legacy can be discerned in Sinhal both literature. The literature written by Buddhist monks helped Sri Lankan literature to grow. An Indian Buddhist knowledge system remained protected and practiced in Sinhal writing. Another scholar is Angarika Dharampala, was one of the Buddhist scholar who made Buddhism flourish in Sri Lanka and also helped it to establish in India. He visited India and found many issues regarding to Buddhism. Later, he initiated reforming movements which helped Buddhism to gain its status back in India and Sri Lanka, as mentioned in Encyclopedia of Buddhism. A tireless activist, Dharampala worked in India, where he founded the Mahabodhi Society and sought to restore the Buddhist shrine of sacred Bodhi tree at the site of Buddha's enlightenment in Bodh Gaya. It's true that Buddhism monks lead their lives on the path which is founded on the teachings of Buddha. Balangoda Ananda Maitreya, another scholar named Balangoda Ananda Maitreya Thero, one of the Buddhist monks who came to India and shared his experience which he felt during his visit to India. It is known that Buddhism spread out to the other country from its native homeland India. It means the basic of Buddhism always remain infused with the philosophical elements of other knowledgeable streams of India. Arya Ratna is renowned person who led a movement in Sri Lanka. This movement is influenced by philosophical Buddhist elements which are equally practiced in both countries. These kind of movements are operated by Sri Lankan leaders or scholars under the strength of doctrinal message of Buddha, which also remain infused with the native elements of Sri Lankan native culture and language. As we can see from the Indian Buddhism, what Sri Lankans has taken, they have taken their different kind of concept like animism and whatever the philosophy of Buddhism preached, those kind of practices are in continuation. There also in Sri Lanka, this scholar Samudra Dhamratna has given references of different scholars who came to India. There is one name of Mahanam Ratan Sirin. On from the archaeological survey and from the inscriptions also, he has given the references how they came here and how they interacted with the scholars also.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Kalpanaji, sorry, I mean, concluding remarks, please.
Okay, sir. Just I'm concluding my this kind of
we will end at
the.
the stop of 11 o'clock. And when it is 11 o'clock, we will end the day.
Okay, sir,
Yeah.
sir. Just I'm will conclude in 2-3 lines. Sir. Thank you. And this is these are the some scholars' name I have mentioned. Some are left. So, but I will conclude my lecture in this way. Sri Lankan scholars how they responded Buddhism by accepting it and making it colored with the native language of Sri Lanka. Even in the contemporary period, the contribution of such scholars acknowledged by both countries. I will conclude with the quotation of another scholar, Buddhist Sri Lankan scholar. That is another scholar, Niyangoda Vijit Siri Aruneka Thero. That is his statement is also recorded in NI Journal. In our chronicles, we have Bahamam's chronicles. We protect Buddhism in its pristine purity, which means sasan, dhamma, rituals, and everything. That is our heritage. I think it is from Indian ancestors and otherwise. Our Sinhala language, Pali is also very close to Sanskrit language. Actually, we respect the two languages. Our teachers told us that our mother tongue is both Pali and Sanskrit. He said, "Thank you." I will conclude with this quotation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kalpanaji. Thank you. And we are well within time. Organizers must be happy. 11 o'clock was the, is when Indian Standard Time, 11 p.m. We must end a few more minutes if anybody.
Sir, I have
didn't
tried
see-
my best to complete.
That's fine. I haven't seen any controversy that during Ashoka's time, Buddhist philosophy went to Sri Lanka. There's not much controversy. From there, it traveled to Thailand, but there is other theories that directly from India, Theravada Buddhism traveled to Thailand. That's a theory, but for Sri Lanka story, there was no. I didn't see any controversy in that. They all accepted that it was during Ashoka's time that that went anyway.
No, sir, they are accepting the contribution of Indian Buddhism in their life and culture.
Okay, that's fair enough, but I mean that's okay. There was one, recently a week ago there was a seminar from Mahachula Thailand University, which was about Indian philosophy and its influence on the culture, philosophy, religion, and life of the Thai people. And there was a Sri Lankan assistant professor, Kelaniya University. And he was saying that there is no influence of Indian philosophy on Sri Lanka or Thailand. It is the influence of Buddhist philosophy. Then I said, what is Buddhist philosophy? Is it not part of Indian philosophical schools? He was not ready to accept. He said, there is no influence of Indian philosophy. There is only the influence of Buddhism on us. I said, where from did you get Buddhism? it is one of those schools of Indian philosophy. So it's good and fair enough. Obviously, there was a huge influence, not just this, but the entire Southeast Asian countries, huge influence of Buddhist philosophy.
Buddhism influenced Sri Lanka.
And Sanatana Dharma as well. I mean, not just
Yes.
Buddhist philosophy. You do come across several, the worship of Ganeshas and worship of
Yes,
Brahma.
sir. Yes, sir. It's continuous process of scientific thinking. Yes, sir. Yes.
Anybody else would like to comment on Buddhism Sri Lanka story? No, they're fine. Everybody's fine. So, please.
Sir Raju, I just need a clarification. I heard some kind of there is a popular term is coming recently, engaged Buddhism. Am I audible? Some kind of engaged Buddhism is coming out, and
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
and also is a little bit violence is also kind of political platform is given to Buddhist ideas, and there is a fight is also going on. So is it true or something I like this? Because that doesn't go with Buddhist ethical
Ma'am,
principles.
definitely China is using Buddhism. Ma'am, from the foundation, Buddha never taught to fight on the basis of his ideas, but definitely currently countries are using Buddhism for political reasons also. Definitely China is using to bring Sri Lanka closer to him, closer to their country. So definitely it's playing very vast role because monks are here are on the very authoritative position. They play a big role in this political scenario also. So they are trying to influence Sri Lanka also through this Buddhism. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, if Jayanti ji, if there is knowledge, there is politics of knowledge.
Yes, it's very true. Very true.
And China is now, proactive in promoting Buddhist schools. And recently, I got an invitation from a Guangzhou Chinese academy. I was very surprised. They are promoting, but Indian foreign policy is also now very serious to use its soft power. They're also promoting, There was recently that International Buddhist Conference in Delhi, Ashoka Hotel, where Prime Minister inaugurated. So obviously,
how did Buddha go to how did Buddha go to Sri Lanka? By boat?
No, that comment in between her paper was very nasty. I didn't know what exactly she was trying to say. No, Dr. Kalpanaji, did you say Buddha went to Sri Lanka or something or what?
I think she said.
Yes, even I heard it, but then just I wanted to ignore. What was that? She was saying some Sri Lankan scholar said that Buddha visited 3 times to Sri Lanka or something.
Yes, he was telling Asoka. I think she didn't say Buddha.
See there, she can tell. But the other thing, I mean, obviously Buddhism should define the connections, not the political things should define Buddhism. I mean, that's the problem. When people start talking like, I think they lost Buddhism anyway. The Buddhism was for all encompassing for a whole humanity, not for this country versus that country. And when, it's very unfortunate. As I think, and only we can do something obviously about it. We means, I mean, Indian. If you're Indian philosophy, philosophers, one of the one of the thing that has been said here, the moment you think of Brahm, then you reduce Brahm at that point, because the moment you said Brahm, it's like already lost. So the point is that the moment we even talk about that we want to influence or be influenced, that itself is a loss, because you really need to just act if we want to ever do anything. I have seen, I mean, I live in America, and when people learn about Indian, real examples, and especially if they see that you're doing, I mean, Swami Vivekananda is an example that we talked quite a bit about it. Paramahansa Yogananda talked about. Prabhupada, they just came and just did it. And then like everybody just got influenced. And so I think this is one of the challenges for philosophers. They, I think, talk a lot, and that sometimes argument comes because of that. All right. So you got 1 more minute for the chairman's remark.
The world is moving because of the philosophers only. If the
Yeah, they
world,
argue a lot. That's why they
philosophers
move.
are not there, then there is no.
So, I mean, it's been one lengthy session that we had, but extremely, interesting papers from Aryadeva's Buddhist Nagarjuna's philosophy to perception and the role of self, from Advaita philosophy of Dr. Jayantiji, experiential argument of Prashantji. And we had a couple of papers on Buddhist philosophy. And as such, as we all know, we just can't get away from Shankara, and it is, it just can't be the case. Like is the case of Descartes and Kant in, in any discourse on Western philosophies, European philosophy. They can't get away from a Descartes. They can't get away from Greek philosophy. They can't, stay without mentioning an Immanuel Kant. So is the case. Such is the influence and hold of these thinkers that even if we want to move ahead, move forward, still, we may like them or dislike them, but they are not going to go away from all our discourses. That's how it is. And as yesterday also, I was remarking that, somehow we have learned to do philosophy in schools. We do thinking in groups, in communities. So we take help from each other's argumentation, sometimes critique each other. That's how we have learned to live. And during this, Balasubramaniam makes a comment that it may appear that a text of Badarayana text is commented upon by Acharya Shankara's Vallabha Nimbarkas and then Bhaskara, etc., etc. And then you may think that not much progress is made. And Balasubramanian's comment was that just don't fall into this mistake. There were huge, advances made in terms of theoretic positions, in terms of understanding avidya. If Prakash Atman has 2 definitions, Padmapada Acharya has a definition, and then Madhusudana Saraswati comes up with another 2 more definitions. There have been subtle changes in the understanding of all the concepts in terms of consciousness as well. As yesterday I was discussing, it's not same for Ramanuja, it's not same in Vallabha, it's not same in Shankara, though they were commenting on the same text. So there were tremendous advances made even in the Bhashya's commentarial tradition in Vrittis, while writing the Vrittis. It is the same case with the Nyaya philosophy as well. It made great advances when from the Gangesha's text from the 12th century onwards. It was not the same Nyaya, but it again holds on to certain fundamental ideas from the earlier schools. So if anybody would say that not much advance is made in Indian philosophical schools, for them, I say no, that's not the case. There are subtle variations in every commentarial tradition, and all original thinking was done in commentaries, was R. Balasubramanian's statement. Don't take commentaries as a mere commentary on the text. All original thinking was done in the commentarial tradition in India. So each bhashya comes up with original ideas, each vritti comes up, karikas come up with original, and a lot of advances are made. And the last word is not said on Vedanta. Therefore, we continue to hold Vedanta Congress. If the last word is already said, there is no point in holding any more conferences. There is no point in doing research. If Shankara said everything, there's no point in continuing our discussions. So still the last point is not said. It's always, therefore, it's quite interesting to explore into all these topics. And thank you so much, the organizers. We are right on time. And Sukalyan ji, Balram Singh ji, and RP Singh ji sitting wherever you are. Namaste for this opportunity to be part of you. Namaste.
Namaste, Nataraju, Professor Nataraju. And yeah, I mean, the last part definitely has not been said because it's only the end of day 2 of a 4-day conference. So we have much in store for you for tomorrow. Again, it starts at 8 a.m. our time, which is 5:30 p.m. your IST. And we begin with the keynote speech by Professor R.C. Sinha, who, as many of you know, and he was in this Zoom session for a long time. He was the chair of ICPR. So please, I will send another email which will give you the Zoom link for tomorrow's session. So please join us tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. IST. Namaste. Thank you.
Namaste, sir.
Thank you.